Good evening. I'd like to welcome everybody to the Finance Committee meeting of October the 9th. It's also a Finance Committee meeting and a public hearing. And before we start to get into the public hearing itself, I'm just going to go around the table here with my committee and let each one of them introduce themselves, starting at my right.
Milind Kanitkar.
Diana Bowley.
Kelly Barner.
To my left, Mr. Flynn.
Jim Flynn.
Vikram Chabra.
Dave Remington.
Victoria Pitney.
One comment, when we get into the public hearing itself, what is basically going to happen is we're going to go down through the articles. I'm going to ask for comments from the committee first on each article, then I'll open the article up to the public. And if you'll come forward, you can use the podium. I'll ask you if you give your name and address, and then we'll go from there. So with that, we'll call the meeting, and the first order of business is approve the minutes of our last meeting, September 18th. Can I have a motion? Unless there's some objection.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? No? Okay. Next order of business is we're going to open up the public hearing, and I'm going to need a motion to open up the public hearing.
I make a motion to open the public hearing.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we'll start with the manager. Let you start presenting.
Sure. Good evening, committee members. So we will walk you through article by article. As the chairman had said, we will take articles in order this evening, which is not always the case, but that's how we will proceed through all 8 articles tonight. This is all in preparation for the special town meeting, which is scheduled for October 22nd at 7 o'clock at the Oak Middle School. Town meeting members can expect their packets early next week. We'll mail them out tomorrow, and we'll also post them directly to the special town meeting website, which is established at shrewsburymma.gov/special town meeting. So, Alex, if you can just advance. We'll go through all the articles tonight. So, as I said, committee members will receive their packets, hard packets in the mail, and then we'll proceed to the town meeting at 7 o'clock on October 22nd. So we don't have any other preliminary matters, and if the committee's ready, we can move into Article 1.
Oh, Mr. Chair, is there a planned limit on questions or comments from the public?
No, well, I'm hoping they can keep it between 10 and 12 minutes as far as the comments, if they have to use that much time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll proceed to Article 1. Alex will give an overview.
Thank you. So before we dive into the articles, I just want to highlight the major financial changes from the May annual town meeting. Since the budget was passed in May, we've had the opportunity to refine our projections and identify some critical needs. And the bottom line impact of all the proposals before you tonight is a net increase of $2,767,895 in total revenue, which represents a 1.46% increase to the overall budget. On the revenue side, we're seeing 3 major changes. First is new recurring revenue of $1,052,441, and this is from sources such as new growth, additional state aid, and additional Chapter 90 funding. You'll see that this is partially offset by a $385,000 reduction in the revenue projection for the Solid Waste Enterprise Fund, which we will detail in Article 2. And we are also proposing the use of $2,100,000 in free cash to fund various one-time costs that will be outlined in the further warrant articles this evening. And for the committee's point of note, free cash was certified on September 26th at $13,347,063. And then just moving down to the expenditure side, through these articles, we'll be asking for funding to cover some necessary operating adjustments and high priority capital needs. We'll be proposing an increase in operating expenses of $517,000. We will detail this in Article 1. We're proposing a reduction in solid waste expenditures by $160,000, and we will detail this in Article 2. A decrease of $92,471 is reflected in state and county charges and offsets as with the finalization of the state budget that passed in June. And lastly, we're seeking a little over 2.2 million for all other warrant articles and capital needs. Just to note, of these warrant article requests, $403,512 represents additional Chapter 90 funds, which is just a pass-through from the additional revenue for that. So, moving into Article 1. Article 1 proposes adjustments to the current fiscal year 26 operating budget. These changes are split between some interdepartmental transfers and 3 requests for new funding. The total net impact of this article is $517,000, which is 0.32% of the total operating budget passed in May. Town meeting votes on the operating budget at 3 different levels: salary and wage lines, operating expenses, and separate appropriations. Any transfer that's made between these 3 buckets needs to be approved by town meeting. So for example, if a department has a surplus of $5,000 in a salary line, those funds can't be used to pay a contractor or pay for supplies or materials. Town meeting would need to make that adjustment. So throughout the first few months of the fiscal year, we've had the opportunity to identify some crucial transfers within a few departments. The first proposed transfer, and the only transfer that's between different departments, is to reallocate $100,000 from the health insurance line and reallocate funds to the personnel board and the Public Works Administration Department to enhance staff training and development opportunities and address some staff recruitment and retention challenges that we've been facing. The next transfer is within the police department. When we finalized the budget, we partially funded the mental health clinician because we weren't sure that we were going to get the grant that funds that position. We were notified in July that we did receive the grant in full, and we're proposing to use a portion of those funds that were set aside to cover some subscription and software costs within the police department operating budget. The next transfer is within the building inspector's office. There's currently a vacancy in the assistant building inspector position, and in the interim, we still need to provide these services. So we're proposing to transfer $10,000 to inspect the inspection fees line to be able to contract the service out until that position is filled. The last proposed transfer is within the public health department. In FY26, the town of Shrewsbury took over as the lead of the Regional Public Health Alliance with Grafton and West Boylston, and we received a grant from the state. So those grant funds can be used for some operating expenses, so we're proposing to reallocate $20,000 to salaries. So in addition to these interdepartmental transfers, which again have no impact on the bottom line budget, we're proposing $517,000 in additional expenses, which will increase the bottom line budget. The largest request is $500,000 within the retirement budget to increase the pension funding amount for FY26. The second request is $10,000 for the highway department rental of equipment line to provide for some additional funding to support repair and maintenance of public and private roadways in town. And the final request is $7,000 for the clearing and sale of tax title line in the treasurer collector's office budget. This is to address some changes in state law for how the treasurer collector's office is required to notify delinquent taxpayers. The new laws place a greater emphasis on how many notifications are required and the methods for notification. So since the retirement is the biggest part of this, we do have the retirement director and the town accountant who can speak to those changes a little bit further.
You guys want to just introduce yourselves first?
Yep. Hi, I'm Greg Gatzianis, the Executive Director of the Retirement System.
Amy Lee, town accountant. I also serve as an ex-official member and the chair of the retirement board.
Welcome.
Thank you.
You've got a presentation, or you,
Not per se. We were asked to come here so we could be on hand to answer any questions that you might have.
okay,
We are in the process of potentially adopting a new funding schedule. So when the opportunity was presented for some additional funding that would allow us to adopt a new funding schedule that would give the town a little bit more cost certainty over the next couple of years without having to change too much from the current appropriation amount.
Questions from the committee? Yes.
So, and this, I'm sorry, it's not for you, but on the first part, the $100,000 from the health insurance, is that a one-time cost? Or is that, because it seems like some of these, the salaries are gonna be a multi-year cost.
Yes, so the $100,000 is able to be freed up from the group health insurance line because of current enrollment levels and premiums that are required enable us to do that. The use and source of those funds within staff recruitment and retention would be recurring, but I don't see it having any material impact on our ability to fund health insurance in the future. It's just a small portion of that line. And I would anticipate even with this transfer out, if everything would stay the same, total enrollment and subscribers would remain the same, we would still turn back about $200,000 from this line item at the end of the year.
Okay, thank you.
Any other? Yes.
I do.
Go.
So, question back to the retirement amount. Could you explain in more detail the schedule? I couldn't really follow what the reasoning was.
Sure. So we periodically, at a minimum of every 2 years, have to adopt a funding schedule whereby we project based on the contributions we receive, the retirement benefits we pay out, how quickly we get to 100% funding. So when evaluating that process, if we do not adopt something this year, we would have to do it next year, which may lead to a larger increase in the future, depending on how the investment portfolio performs over that duration. By changing the amount this year, it allows us to adopt a schedule that will be good for 2 years, where we can sort of have a little more flexibility, where if we suffer a market downturn, then we won't have to adopt a new schedule next year, where the increase might potentially be larger.
So it's basically to avoid some penalties in a layman's term.
It'll allow us to keep a little bit more, a more stable funding for at least the next 2 years.
Understood. No more questions.
Jim first, and we'll go with that.
My question is a little bit more strategic, I believe. So I guess I'll throw it out there. If I remember correctly, at last meeting, we were 100% funded back in, as far as 22?
At the end of the 22
Okay.
year.
And then if I remember also that we stopped contributing was more of a strategic decision to start staying with it annually?
Not completely.
Okay.
We've always funded, because we'll always have, some cost to contribute to
Right.
the town's portion, but we did significantly shift. You can see on the left side, the bottom left side there, so in FY '22 is the year that you note the most significant reduction in funding, and I believe that we went down to between $300,000 and $500,000. And then we maintained that in '23 and then started to increase it again. When we shifted those funds away in '21 to '22, we did reallocate a significant amount of that into other aspects of the budget. But we never went below $1.8 million in total funding between other post-employment benefits, or OPEB, and the retirement system. But with market fluctuation and other factors, including wage growth, we do have an unfunded liability right now. We are in one of the strongest positions in the Commonwealth at almost 96% funded. And this funding at $2.8 million per year, which is what we're proposing now, would allow us to be fully funded by 2030 again, based upon our assumed rate of return and things like that.
Yes.
Just a quick follow-up, Kevin, if I might, and maybe it's a premature question. I understand how we got there, and I'm using the word strategic in hindsight. Do you think, based on using those revenues elsewhere, that it was the best decision now that we're,
I mean, not what I know now.
okay,
The one challenge becomes, when it goes to the pension system, it can never be withdrawn from the pension system except for to pay benefits.
Right.
And at one point, we're at like 105%, and those are resources, you know, if you can continue to contribute them, you're locking them away, and it's taken away from services that we can provide elsewhere in the budget. So at the time, you know, we felt really comfortable, and then, you know, the market really had a massive correction in 2022, and that's what you're really seeing still play out here. We have an assumed rate of return of 7.5%. When the market corrects itself and goes below zero, you know, we're first making up that 7.5%, and then whatever that correction is. So,
thank
you
you.
know, that we're
Helpful.
we're trying to balance. But,
No, it's helpful.
yeah, we won't make as big swings in the future.
Dennis?
I actually had a follow-up with Dave's question on moving, you know, one-time money over to salaries. Is this because we hired more people? Is this to give raises, or is it just because we're not budgeting enough for salaries?
So there's a couple factors why we're making this proposal. One is recruitment. We have had some struggles in our recruitments. We're often seeing that the cost of replacement is at the same or slightly higher than what some rather significant tenured staff were earning before they left. This is also in consideration of a compensation study that's being conducted by the Human Resources Department right now. So when we look at a compensation study, we gather data from comparable communities across the Commonwealth and in the region, and then ensure, you know, that we're competitive. So some of this fund would be used for mid-year corrections if that study indicates.
So about 50% or 60% is going to be recruitment?
I would say it's pretty evenly split, 50-50 between recruitment and the compensation study impacts.
Any other questions? I have a couple for the retirement. Okay. How many people are presently on the retirement?
In terms of retirees?
Yep.
I think off the top of my head, 340-ish. Might be a little bit higher than that. I don't have that directly in front of me.
And what is the balance we're running in that retirement fund?
Like the total investment value?
Yeah.
I don't have the current amount with me, but at the, when I had last done this a month or so ago, it was 177,431,325.
Okay. And one last question, as far as the smoothing goes. We've been averaging much better than the 7%. Is that the formula we're still using?
We are using an assumed rate of return of 7.5%.
7.5? Is that gonna be going forward? We're gonna use that same percentage?
So I will say that we are at the higher end of the oversight board, PARAC's preferred rate of return at 7.5%. There's a lot of pressure to decrease that. I think they're more comfortable with about 7%. We don't have any immediate plans to do that, but it's probably something that we'll have to consider going forward. Some of that also depends on our discussions with our investment consultants, but to date, they have told us that based on our current asset allocation, that we have a better than 50% chance of hitting 7.5% over the long term. So we're still comfortable that that's a pretty good number. Most people on the investment side seem to be pretty comfortable with that. A lot of people on the actuarial side want to see that, you know, the trend is to decrease that number. So we're keeping our eye on it, but no immediate plans, but it's something that may have to be lowered in increments in the future.
Yeah. Just one last question for general information. The laws were changed in the Commonwealth a little bit as far as our investment tools go for the town itself, the town's money, not the retirement. Did that affect you people at all?
No, I'm completely unaware of that. So no, the vast majority of our money is actually invested through something called the PRIT Fund,
Yep.
which is managed by the state of Massachusetts. So all of that money by necessity going to be subject to their oversight and will be in, conformity with whatever the mass regulations are. The other money we have is with a few outside money managers that we send periodic information to from PERAC, and I'm sure they get it from PERAC on their own, but they're all bound to be in conformity with mass state law.
Okay. Any other questions from the committee?
Just curiosity,
Yeah.
how much is outflowing from the fund every year? And what
Yes.
is the growth rate of that?
Sure. So I actually kind of wanted to take a look at that in case that question came up. So in terms of money that we can generally count on coming in, that's going to be things like member deductions from active employees and like the appropriations that we're currently receiving. And what's going to be not consistent, but is always going to go out are the retiree benefits. So in 2024, we spent $11,588,735 in retiree payroll, and from member deductions and town appropriations, we received $5,779,216.12 for a net outflow for those type of line items of $5.8 million. So that's, part of the challenge is it's a good place to be fully funded or close to it, but when you are, you're kind of by necessity going to have more money going out than coming in.
Well, I guess I asked that question because, we're saying by 2030, we're how much are we going to put in each year now?
2.8.
2.8, yet we're spending more than 5 point something. We're
Sure.
only covering 3/4 of what we're spending over. So
Victor?
So just one follow-up question in that regard. So are we fully dependent on the 7.5% projection rate, or is it just a number to beat inflation?
So no, and now we're getting into a little bit over my depth, so hopefully this makes sense. In order to do these funding schedules, you have to have an assumed rate of return. And that's going to move the funding ratio sort of in corollary. So if we adopted a 9.5% funding schedule, our funded ratio would go up. And if we reduced it, it would go down. 7.5 has historically, the last, at least since I've been here, which is about 8 years, has been where the board has been at. And that's been a frequent topic of conversation in board meetings. So really kind of what it comes down to is based on your asset allocation, is your assumed rate of return something that you can actually hit? So as I mentioned before, in the most recent, asset allocation study, 7.5% was still a number. We were projected to be able to beat 50% of the time. And really, we have no plans on changing the asset allocation. So what reducing the assumed rate of return or increasing the assumed rate of return would do is increase or decrease our percentage chances of hitting that number.
Okay, thank you.
No other questions from the committee? I'll open it up to the public. Does anybody have any questions on Article 1? Yes, come forward.
Yep, Chris Kirk, Precinct 1, 40 Westwood Road. How many people are going to be hired, and how many of them are replacements, and how many people are going to go to new positions?
So there are no, from these changes, there are no proposed new positions over what was budgeted for at the annual town meeting. We're running into some challenges whenever we're making employment offers in order to get qualified candidates into some of these positions, which is why we're requesting the additional funding, but it's not associated with new positions.
You're budgeting for how many replacement positions then?
I don't know how many positions are vacant right now, if that's what you're asking.
I'm asking how many positions you're budgeting in Article 1?
There's no new positions.
No, you may be replacing people who have gone,
Correct, yep.
and you are budgeting for that?
Yes, indirectly through this article. Like I said, I don't know how many positions are vacant right now. I would say there's probably 6 or 7 positions that are vacant. But that doesn't mean that these funds are gonna be divided up over it. Like I said, some of it is for compensation adjustments associated with general pay competitiveness for existing employees after we complete that study and review it with the personnel board. But I'm not specifically asking for a finite amount of money to apply to particular positions.
Okay. And just to make sure I understand correctly, the retirement board does not determine how the money that it has in its control is actually invested. You don't decide how it's invested. It's sent down to the state to be invested in a fund called PRIT?
So the board does have the authority to choose its investments. However, the board is also pretty cognizant, I would say in general, that that's not their core competencies. So we retain the services of an investment consultant who makes recommendations. The vast majority is held in accounts with something called the PRIT fund, which is, I want to say, probably about $100 billion fund managed by the state of Massachusetts that includes all the money for the Mass Teachers Retirement System, for the state retirement system, and then the local and county systems can either elect to use them as an investment vehicle, or if they perform poorly enough, are mandated to put all of their funds in investments with the PRIT fund managed by the state. So for that money that's allocated to the PRIT fund, we have certain sleeves that they're called. So you can invest in the PRIT fund, which they're called their core fund, which is their whole universe, or you can say we want to put a certain percentage of our allocation into your domestic equity sleeve, let's say, which is something the board has used pretty heavily on advice from our investment consultant, which has generally allowed us to outperform the PRIT fund as a whole by sort of emphasizing the things they do well and de-emphasizing the things that they don't. Several years ago, we elected to take some of the money that we held in our domestic equity account and invest it with 3 managers outside of the PRIT portfolio, largely based because the PRIT fund's really, really large. They have $100 billion, so it's difficult for them to invest in small and mid-cap companies, which is where those allocations went to. So it's still within domestic equity, just a different piece of the pie that maybe PRIT doesn't get at too well. So the board does have the authority to direct its investments, but it does that largely in consultation with an investment advisor.
Okay, just 2 short ones.
Go ahead, Mr. Gray.
And I presume that how the money is invested is regulated by state regulations and statutes?
Yep.
Okay. And the last question is, are the exhibits that are presented tonight going to be available to town meeting members and the public?
Yes, they are.
Okay, thank you.
Any other request on Article 1 that would like to speak? We thank you. We'll go to Article 2.
So Article 2 proposes to adjust the solid waste enterprise fund budget for FY '26 using additional available recurring revenue that was identified in the overview of the financial picture. There are a few challenges that are unique to the development of the FY '26 budget, including lower than anticipated retained earnings and a slight year-over-year decline in bag sales, resulting in declining revenue. So we're joined by Gosha Stolarska, the Solid Waste and Recycling Program Manager, and Christine Muse, Business Management Division Manager, to discuss the solid waste program and some of those challenges that we're facing this fiscal year.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So the enterprise budget of over $3 million covers the following services in town. Weekly trash and recycling collection provided through the enterprise fund, along with the separate contracts for trash and separate contract for disposal of recyclings. The fund also covers curbside yard waste collection, annual holiday tree collection and disposal, as well as seasonal yard waste drop-off events. Bulky waste item collection and disposal services, mattress collection and recycling of mattresses are also included under this fund, as well as trash and recycling removal and disposal from all public schools, which is 5 elementary schools, 2 middle schools, and high school, as well as other municipal buildings. That includes library, police department, highway garage, water garage. The program has recently expanded to include food waste composting drop-off that services over 140 participants, 140 households. As Alex mentioned, over the past 3 years, we have seen a steady decline in pay-as-you-throw bag sales. In fiscal 25, sales dropped by 210,000 large bags and 6,200 small bags, comparing to fiscal 24. A similar decreasing trend was also observed between fiscal 24 and fiscal 23. Even that the revenue side was showing a large increase, that was due to collection of the past due revenue from fiscal 20 and fiscal 22 that was collected in fiscal 23. In fiscal 25, we transitioned to single stream recycling, which significantly increased residents' participation. As a result, recycling tonnage grew by over 7%, adding approximately 200 tons of recyclable materials. While single stream recycling makes recycling easier for residents, it also increases costs as it creates more manual labor. The impact on the recycling is also the market, that we were facing market challenges. The market shifted and we're not receiving any revenue from recyclables. In the past, between 2018-22, the town was receiving large amounts of revenue from bringing recyclable materials, and now we're facing a challenge that the recycling disposal cost doubled from the previous year. Fiscal 24 overall waste tonnage decreased by 3.5%, which is about 200,000 tons. While this supports waste reduction goals, it also reduces our revenue. We noticed growth in composting participation. 88 households in town participate in private curbside pickup with black earth of composting. As I mentioned before, over 140 households uses the town food waste drop-off, and we also noticed that we sold 50 composters that have never been sold in the past by the town, which can indicate that additional 50 households might be using different sources of waste disposal. It is also important to mention that residents in Shrewsbury are using private hauler for curbside collection of trash, where they still continue to use the recycling through the town. Unfortunately, we don't know that number. We're trying to get that data, but it's not a public information. And as Alex mentioned before, fiscal 25 budget did not generate any retained earnings. In this chart, as mentioned before, you can notice the steady decrease of revenue and sales from sales of the bags, with fiscal 23 showing the the biggest amount of revenue, which was the past revenue corrected from fiscal 20 and fiscal 22. Comparing fiscal 22, fiscal 24, and fiscal 25, we can still notice a slow decrease in revenue.
So, as discussed, to address this budget shortfall caused by these challenges, we are proposing to reduce expenditures by $160,000. And to fully close that gap, we are proposing to use the increased amount of taxation to fund the enterprise and completely eliminate the use of retained earnings. In the original budget, we had proposed $200,000. That is not available to us, so that's also the shortfall we need to make up.
Questions from the committee? Start off with Diane.
Yeah, so the fiscal year 26, that's just to date, right? Okay.
Yes.
And so if does this change over the course of a year? Is there like peaks and valleys? Like, would this project to be the same as 25, much less than 25? We don't know.
If it comes to the revenue of
Yeah.
bags, so we're projecting that we will get about, I don't remember exact number, but the trend is going up, so we should be receiving the revenue projected. I don't remember.
So,
Yeah.
so the revenue projection takes into account similar number of bag sales, but the rate increase that went into effect on July 1.
Okay.
So we're can't guarantee that we'll balance the enterprise this year, but we've done everything in reducing the budget and increasing the use of taxation in recognition that bag performance has declined year over year in the past few years, so we are accounting for that.
Okay.
Dennis?
How much of this is to do with recycling not being contaminated? I'm under the impression that since we went to the larger barrels and the single stream, there's more contamination. And how does that affect us?
So this year we started conducting our quarterly contamination audits. The contamination is growing. However, Casella have not charged us any contamination rate yet. It is hard to compare the data that we collected this year as we have no previous data, but the trend that is currently growing is concerning.
Yeah, and that is a lever in the contract that Casella could enforce. You know, we've gone over the 4 quarters, I think it was 7% contamination, then 10, then 12, and 16. So, you know, certainly a concerning trend, and there is that contractual stipulation that Casella could activate. They haven't yet, but it's a possibility.
Follow-up? With this trend, is there any plan to, try to figure out why it is and maybe bring it, reverse the trend? Because 7, 10, 12, 16 we'll be at 30 pretty soon.
Yes, so we're planning to do an online campaign about the contamination, hopefully in the next couple of weeks, so we can reach the largest amount of residents. We are looking into a grant option where we could do recycling check spots, but that requires someone to be on the road to check the bins and make sure that those bins that are contaminated being left behind.
So just to continue on the questions that Dennis had, so I was at the audit, and thank you for coordinating that. Jim and myself were there. So you mentioned that there was since we shifted to single stream, there was a 7% increase in recycling. I think that's what I heard you say. But given the fact that our contamination has increased, does that really offset the whole net amount of recycling that's going out there? Because if you see, our contamination went up from 6 to, on the average, 12, and now 16. So is it really basically a decrease in recycling that's happening as a result of going?
I think it's hard to say because
Right.
Casella is not giving us this number, or we're never asked for that number, as they take all the recyclables and then try to find a market for, even if the contaminant is a metal, for example, they still gonna try to find a market for it. However, it is contaminated in a stream.
Okay, just one last question. Are we at a point at which we may have to revisit single stream recycling in the near or midterm future?
You mean switching back to dual stream?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't,
I'm not sure.
yeah, I wouldn't think so. You know, we were one of the last communities to actually move over to single stream recycling. My understanding is that during the contractual negotiations with potential providers, they were indicating that this is really the way the industry is going. So it was, you know, I won't say an expectation, but that's definitely the way things are shifting. And it really does, just in terms of our objectives around sustainability, et cetera, it really does ease the recycling process for the residents. And, you know, providing the bins and people's ability to be able to recycle weekly versus bi-weekly and have to separate everything. So it is meeting some objectives. It's just, you know, difficult with the commodities markets the way they've been, that we aren't getting the, you know, the reimbursements that we used to get back in the day. So, yeah, I would say overall, I doubt it, but certainly not set in stone.
Thank you.
Dave?
So I think last year we talked about every year you're gonna raise the bag prices for 5 years. And I think it's like a 50% raise. And the town went from a 60% to a 50% of paying for it. And that offset that. And then we have reduced amount of bags being used, or actual tonnage in the bags have gone down. So this cost, this additional cost, does it come from the recycling tonnage then?
Yes,
Okay.
that's the.
And then do you then see that either the town has to give more back to the program, or are you gonna have us be taxed higher to pay for that?
So, I mean, that's still under consideration, right? We have to reassess rates for the bags. We know we're competitive, so to speak, and that we're in the same ranges as what other towns charge for the bags. But there's still some margin that we could put into bag costs. The bags were increased 10% this year, 10%, you know, double-digit percentage, but just a couple pennies in some instances on the large and small bags. At the beginning of the presentation, as Ms. Stolarska went through, like, there's a lot of programs, there's a lot of aspects to our solid waste program that don't generate any revenue. Yard waste collection is a favorite of residents, and it's very costly. And we recently increased the amount of curbside service that we provide because of the demand for it. But these areas, since they're so costly and there's no fee generated, we'll have to look at what we do with them. Do we have to charge a fee? Do we have to reduce the services that we provide? So all of that will be under consideration, because it is, as you said, Mr. Remington, becoming harder to generate enough revenue from the bags because it's only one portion of the program. I didn't mean to put words in your mouth, but that's
Right.
kind of where I'm getting.
Because it
Yeah.
feels like this is just sort of, this year's Band-Aid, but we haven't solved the problem.
Correct.
And the problem, it seems like you said, that there's going to be more expenditure than we're taking in.
Mhm.
And if we cut it back from 60% of the town paying down to 50%, then it's gonna be higher taxation for everybody.
Right.
So that was sort of my point, is can we figure out a way of not just saying every year you're gonna come back and just get more money from taxpayers? We have to figure out what the problem is
Mhm.
and budget that out. Does that make sense?
You have a question?
Well, actually, Mr. Remington asked my question, so.
You have a
I
question?
do. Sure. Just on retained earnings, so is that a combination of bag sales and what we used to get back on the commodities in the recycle area?
So retained earnings and the concept of enterprise funds is basically free cash.
Okay,
So it'd be any excess revenue that was taken at the end of the year and any expenditures turned back.
Okay.
We fully expended the FY '25 budget
okay.
and missed that projection, so that's why we don't
Okay.
have any retained earnings available.
I was trying to drill down on that, Alex, a little bit, to understand, because as Vikram noted, we did attend that walkthrough, and I, you know, Gosha was there as well. I didn't walk away with the sense on the commodity side that it was as dire as we're hearing today. They spent a lot of time talking about that in their presentation, but it sounds like it is. So all the material that we're sending through, kind of piggybacking with David's, like, there's a lot more going through, but we're not getting anything in return, where I thought historically we got something.
For a while, we did get some revenue back in the recycling program when
Okay.
those commodities were, you know, higher and producing a greater return, right? They're, you know, really simply, you know, I know you know, Mr. Flynn, like, they're taking our plastic and they're bundling it up
Right.
and they're trying to find someone who will formally recycle it,
Right.
melt it down, create something else, and whatever value those manufacturers or producers are willing to spend is we get a portion of that, but it's just very low right now. Those commodities aren't producing a return for us at all.
Quick follow-up, Chief.
Yes.
Just as a reminder, what was the baseline of last year or previous year return on recyclables, dollars-wise, if you had to ballpark it?
I don't know exactly, but
Okay.
I think we did pay for recycling disposal, I think it was about $160,000, maybe $120.
So we're paying the 160?
We've been paying for recycling disposal for the last 3 years.
Okay. When's the last time we took a return? It's been 3+ years, obviously,
3
right?
years, yeah.
Yes, I think we did receive a $400 check last year.
Oh, wow.
June,
All right.
And that was
So-
the last one that we've seen.
All right. Thank you.
Before I open up to the public, we had a little discussion at our last meeting on this, and I think we were all in agreement at that time. This is becoming an educational problem, and we should address that aspect of it first.
Yes, I agree.
I
And
think
we'll be working on
it's
that.
very important that we get that information out to the public to see if we can help correct part of it at least. We know we're not gonna correct it all, but at least we get it out there so the people understand what's going on, because I don't think the average individual, the average household has any idea on it, so I think it's very important. With that, I'll open it up to the public, if anybody has any questions. Yes, Mr. Cook.
Yeah, Chris Cook, Precinct 1. How often does the trash hauler contract come up for bid?
So our current contract is for next 5 years. And depends what we decide, usually waste and recycling contract.
So-
It's for 5 years, but it could be for 3.
When was the last time it came up?
We started last year in July.
Also, I've been hearing that there's like almost no market for recycled plastic. In fact, most of it ends up being dumped in landfills or incinerated. Is that consistent with your experience?
No.
No?
Recycling that goes to our MRF, which is in Auburn, Casellas. They do find a market. They have entire team working on a market, finding a market for every item. They do have some backup of plastic, as we've seen in the facility, but they try to find a market for every single item that they receive.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Jean, may I ask
Yes,
a question? It came to me after you closed for the committee. Kevin, you talked about, there are multiple aspects of this program, and only one that's revenue generating, that is the bags, right? And we do know that there are households that have decided not to use the bag programs and have used private haulers. Just curious, is there any discussion of kind of understanding that a little bit better? And if you want to opt out of the community's program, then you need to do so holistically. So no recycling, no curbside pickup. You kind of need to use the private hauler for all of that, or?
Yeah, I don't understand at this point whether or not we could do that, since we do offer, it to all residents. So I'm not sure if we are able to do that, but I can say absolutely yes. We're trying to learn more about how many households participate with private haulers, and to the extent that they're willing to share with us why, learn that information and just try to make the program better from it. And then we can investigate whether we can, go in the other direction or not, but I'm not sure if we're able to.
Okay.
Yes.
And one question, how does Shrewsbury compare to other towns in Massachusetts on how much they pay or absorb for waste? I know some towns, they don't have pay-as-you-throw, but they also don't have pickup. You go out and get your own trash hauler.
I don't have that data, but I can definitely check around the municipalities, how much they pay for their contract. I just don't have that in front of me.
The reason I bring it up is there's a lot of complaints about the service, but is it required service, or is this something the town is doing to, make Shrewsbury a better place for the residents?
Yeah, I mean, the town isn't obligated to collect trash at the curb.
Right. So we're trying to do it the most efficient way.
Yes.
Okay.
There's no other questions, we'll go on to Article 3.
So Article 3 proposes to amend the FY26 capital improvement plan approved under Article 25 of the May annual town meeting. We are proposing to use existing funds within one of those capital improvement lines within the fire department, the apparatus replacement fund, and transfer an additional $290,000 from free cash to purchase an ambulance. So Chief Seth Colby is here to talk a little bit more about that.
Good evening, Chief. You brought your Assistant Joe along, too.
I did. Good evening, Seth Colby, Fire Chief. Did you want to just go through the slides? Is that?
Yeah. Yeah. So you want me to start here?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll start, and I want to provide a little background and context to kind of, we assume we're going to get some questions, right? We can't put the ambulance before the program or the cart before the horse, if you will. So I wanted to talk about, what we've done in consideration of establishing an emergency management program and what a budget may look like. Because we obviously are here this evening to ask and review with you the acquisition of an ambulance without a program in place. And the chief and firefighter Milos will get into the details of why this ask is pertinent right now. But we've spent a lot of time, the chief, deputy chief, myself, members of the fire union collaboratively working over the last 6 months to look at what best practices are for emergency medical services. We are ultimately exploring emergency medical services so we can provide the highest quality of services to residents and mitigate some of the long response times that we've experienced in this community over the last few years. We used to have a contract with Worcester EMS to provide services to the community at no charge. And that contract also prohibited the town from establishing its own EMS service. But with this agreement that we have in place that we're in year 3 of, or year 2 of, we now have the ability to partner with Worcester EMS, establish our own program, and we're paying them about $85,000 a year because market conditions require that in order to provide reliable services. So despite those efforts, we still often rely upon mutual aid from other cities and towns within the area. And when we go to mutual aid versus having an ambulance dispatched out of town, it of course often increases response times. And as those response times became intolerable and highlighted by the chief, we needed to take action, and that's what we're starting to do this evening. So I'm going to set the ambulance aside right now and talk about what we're not asking town meeting to consider, but we're looking at from a programmatic standpoint. So we do intend to start an emergency medical services program within fiscal year 27 or 28, in part dependent on when we get an ambulance in place. And we're going to run one ambulance on a 24/7 basis at a basic life support level service to start with, because that's all license we'd be able to be granted from the office or from the state of Massachusetts. So I have on the screen for you this evening a couple budget scenarios for your consideration to start with. So this would be the expenditure side of the program. We'd establish emergency medical service program as an enterprise fund. So the revenue that we would generate from this would be by billing insurance companies and billing patients for the services that are provided, just like Worcester EMS, private ambulances, and other cities and towns do. Those revenues would be used to cover the vast majority, hopefully exceed the total expenditures, at least cover the total expenditures, but that's what we're not quite sure of yet, and we'll need to experience and operate an ambulance to really understand that. But we have some data from other communities, of course, that do this in Massachusetts, and we're quite confident in the numbers and ranges that we're presenting for how far we are within the program right now. So, on the salary and wage side, you know, we need 8 emergency medical technicians or slash paramedics to operate 1 ambulance 24/7, 365 a year. So, what are those costs? You know, we're looking at, our best estimate right now is about $1 million in total salaries and wages for that operation. It also includes a captain within the fire department to oversee and coordinate the program, and take on administrative functions and other matters of oversight of those firefighter, paramedic EMTs. On the expense side, we're obviously gonna maintain our equipment. We'll need supplies and equipment to, you know, durable medical equipment, disposable medical equipment, general maintenance of the ambulance, training of our individuals, paramedics and EMTs, medical billing. Medical billing is a variable cost. It is a percentage of what gets collected from the town for the services that we provided. But the best practice in the industry is to contract with a third-party billing contractor. That is what they do. We would provide the service, generate you know, the cost and the bill associated with that, send it to a third-party biller, and then they would bill it on behalf of the town, but the town would receive the funds directly and then pay the medical billing company. So it is variable based upon the total revenue that's received. It would be competitively bid. And then some administrative overhead, retirement, health insurance, those type of expenses. So our best estimate today from, you know, the program that we're shaping up and developing is about $1.4 million for the operation of that basic life support ambulance, again, 24/7, 365 days a year. So we've looked at revenues, what other comparable communities or communities in our area that are operating ambulances receive. A couple really good examples. One really good example is Watertown. I know they're really different than the town. It's like 3 square miles versus 23 square miles, but they run one basic life support ambulance, have a very similar population. And they're bringing in just shy of $1.5 million a year for that operation. You know, Westboro, very mature operation, multiple ambulances, 2 or 3 at any time, is generating about $2.2 million. So you can see that there's no great linear revenue line associated with the number of ambulances that you operate. And then, you know, Andover is a good point of comparison. This is a merger of several years of data, as it says there. So we're confident that, you know, we'll have revenues nearly equal to the expenditures for this program. And we would like to be conservative, and we'll have a lot more to talk about this as we actually generate that budget for the first year of operations. But we'd like to do some forward funding, setting aside some free cash or some other revenue source, maybe about 50% or 75% of what we think the total cost and revenue will be for year 1 of service, to give the program a buffer, allow us to start sort of with money in the bank in a reserve, and then balance things out as we learn and understand demand for services and cost of operations in this new program area for us. But with the best of our understanding right now, we'll call it a break-even program, and that's what we're targeting once we get things up and operating. And at this point, I'll turn it over to Chief Colby to get a little bit more detailed into how it will operate, and then this request, again, all we're requesting this evening is an ambulance, but we felt that context of what the program may look like would be important for you.
One question to the manager before we go forward. Do you expect to put those additional funds into this next year's budget?
We're gonna have to get a sneak peek in from firefighter Milos as to when we can get an ambulance, because it could take up to 2 years, and without an ambulance.
Well, that's why I'm asking the question.
Yep.
If it comes into this.
Not, so,
budget?
excuse me, yeah, I probably jumped to conclusion. So no sooner than fiscal year 27. So not fiscal year 26 than we're in right now. There's no way we'll be operating. You know, even if we found, you know, a new one sitting at the front door tomorrow morning,
Yep.
we wouldn't
Okay.
operate until next fiscal year.
Because you said half the amount, and that
Yes.
came up to be a big, quick figure.
Yeah,
I
it's a big
wondered where
number.
it was going.
Yeah, no, not in fiscal year 26. Sorry for
Thank you.
jumping in there.
Great, okay, thank you. So yeah, as the manager said, we've been looking at this for a few years now. If I've got data that went back the last 5 years from 2020 with our mutual aid partners, the mutual aid is more than quadrupled. So the amount of time that Worcester EMS is calling Westboro, Northboro, surrounding departments to come in is really jumped up over the past 5 years. And that's just from the fire departments. They also get mutual aid from Cataldo and other private ambulances in the service in the area. A lot of what's driven this, it's multiple things. Call volume has certainly gone up. It's gone up in Shrewsbury, it's gone up in Worcester and surrounding communities. The number of private ambulances operating in and around the city have decreased. And Worcester EMS is, they're overtaxed. So they're drawing in a lot more mutual aid from around the city as well, which is also leading to challenges for us. Years past, we used to have 2, 3, 4 UMass ambulances in town. It was rare that we would ever see a mutual aid ambulance or a private ambulance in town. And now they're just not able to keep up with that. The other factor is response times. Over the past 2 years, the national standard is to have an ambulance on scene 90% of the time in 9 minutes or less. The last 2 years, we averaged 60% of the time hitting that 9-minute mark and 62% of the time hitting that 9-minute mark. We really have to get up around 14, 15 minutes. We hit it 93% of the time, they're 15 minutes or less over the past 2 years. So that's another driving force is if we don't have the service here in town, it's very difficult to control the level of service that we provide to the community and to our residents. So looking at it, we've done this, we've had discussions with the union, we've talked about the service level that we want to provide, and everybody feels that, well, we have to start at a basic life support level through the Office of OEMS. We can't just come in and be ALS paramedic, advanced life support right out of day one. So we'll start at the BLS level, and then once we do that for a period of time, then we'll be able to, I'll say, upgrade and apply to OEMS to become a paramedic level service. The goal is that we'll have some overlap with UMass ambulance, so they'll provide the paramedic level service, and we'll be able to provide the BLS level service, at least initially until we're able to come up. Rough numbers, but close to 50% of the calls are basic life support BLS level, 50% are at the ALS level, so we'd be able to split those calls. Can you, oh, you already went to the next slide, great. So on the slide, this is the layout. We'd have an administrative EMS captain that would work days. They'd be responsible for the record keeping, the licensing, all the training. There's a significant amount of training that goes along to keep everybody certified. That would be their primary responsibility. And then we would add 2 firefighter EMTs, whether they're basic or paramedic level, at headquarters. And again, it takes 8 because we have 4 shifts, so there'd be 2 on duty all the time around the clock. And then, next slide, please. And we would add, that ambulance would be stationed at headquarters here in the center of town. And the Medic 6, which is the UMass ambulance, would remain at Station 2 for the initial startup of this operation. So that would do a couple of things. That would get a second ambulance in town. It would also spread out ambulances, so we had them in 2 different locations, helping to reduce the response time. One of the things that really drives the response time up is the reliance on mutual aid or waiting for an ambulance to clear the hospital from another call, and then they send them. We started tracking the ambulances back in 2023, so that when we sent an engine to a medical on a first responder, they would call back when the ambulance arrived. We started doing that in 2023. So we have the end of this year, the end of this calendar year, we'll have 3 full years of data on that. But they call back to our dispatch and let us know who it is, so we know if it was a mutual aid, was it Westboro, Northboro, was it a WEMS unit, and track their response time, and that's where we're getting this. We had some, what initiated that tracking was when we had a call where, they were on scene for just shy of an hour and a half waiting for an ambulance. It was like an hour and 23 minutes, somewhere around there. Because they couldn't get us an ambulance, and they just kept going to a higher priority call, which is what you have to do if you're out of ambulances. But that was really, it was incidents like that that really became the driving factor to where we needed to look at this. So that's kind of the overview. Happy to take any questions.
What up? Victor?
Thank you, Chief. I think this is a great initiative, and thank you for putting all this information together. So I had about 2-3 questions, and I'll try to make it quick. So as far as the new people, I understand they're going to be new hires. Is there any option to make it a contractual service? If any benefits, did you guys sort of do an analysis whether it's better to employ people or do a contractual service to offer these services?
So essentially that we're doing the contractual service now with UMass.
Okay.
It went from what was a 0 bid, so they were doing it at no cost to the town. This past contract, it became, like Mr. Mizikar said, about $85,000, just over that, per year. And it's, the days of 0 bid contracts are, you can still find one here and there, but they're getting fewer and farther between. By doing this proactively, that sets us up to be able to have, again, control over the service. If this contract expires and UMass or somebody comes back, they could come up and they could throw any number at us, and then we'd kind of be at the mercy of what's out there, what people are offering. So as far as hiring goes, our plan is, we're currently in civil service. Our plan is to stay in civil service. They've come up with a new option where we can hire 50% from the civil service, the traditional civil service list, and we can hire 50%, basically whoever we want, so based on resume, experience, and application. And they don't have to have gone through the civil service testing process. So that should open up our candidate pool, hopefully. Because it's well, like a lot of industries now, right? The applicant pool is smaller than it used to be in the past.
Just 2 more questions, and I'll make it quick. Since why I asked that question, I was wondering, because in the numbers that you provided for potential budgets, Kevin, where does liability fit into that? Because we would be liable for, hope, God forbid, any problems that do arise.
Right. I will need to confirm this, but it's my understanding that we already have all liability policies in place because of the services that we provide when we dispatch some medical calls and everything like that. If we go to an ALS service, I'm not exactly sure because that's different, so I will need to look into that, but I don't anticipate, again, given the services that we're already providing as first responders, police, fire, that there will be significant adjustment of it. Of course, bringing the ambulance on and auto liability and those types of things, but the professional liability and the services that we provide, it will not be a substantial increase, but I'll need to look at ALS.
And last question, Gene. You did mention that it is a revenue-producing endeavor. If there are any margins, does that go to free cash, or does it go back to this program?
So it would stay with the program within the enterprise and be certified as retained earnings. And, it would be our goal if we're able to get into that situation that, that would only be after all costs are covered, including capital replacement, like future ambulances and things like that.
Thank you.
Yeah, that could take a number of years.
We think so, yeah, and really ALS and BLS billing are 2 separate tiers. Obviously, ALS is higher, and you're doing more and expending more, but normally that revenue is substantially higher than the BLS level service.
Yes.
So, given the ambulance is like 16 to 18 months away, right? What's the lead time do we need to kind of employ EMT personnel, with their certifications, trainings, and?
That's a great question. it's gonna depend on what we get for applicants. So I would anticipate that we'll get some experienced individuals that have probably both EMS and fire experience. Our priority with the hiring would have to go towards individuals that have EMS experience, right? Because we can't start up a new ambulance with 8 people that have never worked on an ambulance before. That's not gonna work. So the priority would be to hire individuals with EMS experience, and if they have fire experience as well, then that's great. That's a bonus. If not, we would have to, at some point, send them through the academy. The academy is 10 weeks, the fire academy is 10 weeks. So we would either have to hire them and then put them through that before we start the ambulance, or we would have to send them, depending on, and it's gonna depend on what the numbers. If it's only 2 people, then we could send them one at a time over the first year, and we could operate the ambulance and just backfill for them. If we end up having to send 4 or 5 of them, then we may have to send them as a block and then start the ambulance. So there's some variables on that. As far as going through civil service, it's probably a 6-month process by the time we get we have to get the list from civil service, and we'll have to advertise for the non-civil service side of it. Get applications in, the whole interview process. They'll all have to go for physicals, both doctors' physicals as well as a physical agilities test. So it takes a while to get them on board.
Gotcha. And one more question, if I may. So I know you talked about the response time and, the outlier about 1.5 hours, but, with the 3 years data that you are seeing, what's the average response time that you have seen, and, the benefit that you are trying to get at?
So I get average, so I have some benchmarks. So 24% of the calls, they have an ambulance there in 5 minutes, within 5 minutes. 60% of the time they have one there within 9 minutes. 68% of the time they have one there within 10 minutes. 93% of the time there's one there within 15 minutes. 98% of the time there's one there within 20 minutes. So there's still that 2% that are over 20 minutes. We haven't seen another hour-and-a-half call in quite some time. So that's not the norm. So everybody shouldn't be panicking. Like I said, and the ones that are, those ones that are over 20 minutes, most of those would be in the 25-minute ballpark. Part of the driver with that is if they have to call for a mutual aid ambulance from another town, that takes time to get them. They have more travel time, so that's a big part of it. The other part, if I can just back up to your first question too, that 6-month process, right? We don't start paying them until they actually start at work, right? So that 6 month is interviewing and paperwork and doctors' physicals and all that. They don't start on the payroll until they start. We would be paying them if they go to the academy, but they won't start during that first 6 months.
Got it. Thank you.
Go to Kelly first, and then
I have 2 questions. So we talked about the lead time, so there's a shortage of ambulances trying to get to calls faster. And yet the town is looking at this as a revenue opportunity, but I think you said that private ambulance companies, there's less and less of them on the market. I'm just curious, is it harder maybe to generate revenue from an ambulance now than we could be projecting? It just seems like that would be creating a circumstance where there would be at least the same number of private ambulances, if not even more coming into the market between delays and revenue opportunity.
There's a lot of unknowns on the revenue, and I think we're looking at it more as trying to cover our expenses as opposed to making a profit, I'll say, on the revenue side of it, right? There's a lot of variables, and things are changing all the time, right? We're hearing on the news about healthcare reform, Medicare, Medicaid, what they'll reimburse, the different rates. So it's less lucrative than it has been years past. The other challenge with some of the private services is if they don't have, a lot of those, like if somebody offers a zero bid contract, sometimes it's because they're trying to get a foothold in an area.
Okay.
Right, it's tough when you have a private ambulance service that does a service just for one or two communities, because now they have to, in order to meet the demand, they might have to put 3 or 4 ambulances there. But they're only using 4 ambulances 10% of the time, the rest of the time they're sitting idle. So it makes it difficult for private services to do that, because if they're not moving, they're not making money.
Yeah.
And that's why a lot of them they'll do transfers between facilities, they have the chair vans and all that, and those are good revenue streams for them because they're constantly moving, they can schedule a lot of that stuff. But when they have to wait for that emergency call to come in, they don't get paid when they're sitting in the parking lot.
And the other question I would just ask, if I can, is I know that there's a longer process. You go from sort of that basic life support to the more advanced. And let's say Shrewsbury has the ambulance, we're doing the basic life support. We're then pulling that piece out of the third-party contract. Does that end up making the effective cost of that more advanced life-saving service more because we've pulled out the bottom end of the support? Do we know what might happen in sort of that transitional time when we have the lower level support? We don't have the upper level support yet, but we need to pull in a third party to cover that part of the response.
Sure, so basically every transport is a transport, right? And there's, the rate here is around $49 a mile is kind of is the common number I got from a lot of departments in the area. So for every mile they transport from when you load the patient into the ambulance from there to the medical facility, that's roughly what they charge. So you would get that no matter whether you're a basic life support or advanced life support. Where the ALS side of it comes in is the treatment that they're able to do. So medication, like certain prescribed medications and stuff that they're able to do that the basic level can't do. If you look at like the revenue numbers for Westboro, so Westboro they run all ALS, their ambulances are all ALS. But if you look at that breakdown of roughly 2.2 million, of that, the 1,376 of them were BLS transports, 1,587 of them were ALS transports. So even though almost 1,400 of those annual runs were BLS, they were being handled by ALS level staff, but they were only billing them at the BLS level.
Okay, so there's not necessarily a difference in cost to deliver, because a lot of times you have the same teams.
Yeah, it's really is what service. It's like if you go to the hospital, right? They get the bill and they say, we gave you this medication, we did this surgery, this is what we did. There's the cost for the room.
Yeah.
Right, and then all the services that they do, and it's the same thing with the ambulance, where there's the cost for the transport, and then whatever procedures are done, that's what would be billed to the insurance company. And then what you get is also something different.
Okay.
Right, we may bill for $1,200, and the insurance company may come back and say, well, you're getting $800, because that's what the contract says, that's what the rates are, and then obviously Medicare and Medicaid, those are fixed rates, so you get whatever those rates are.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. We want to get 8 full-timers. Are you going to phase that in? Like if we get 4, are you going to maybe run it, 12 hours a day and would have the same, REMs handling the other side, so we at least get some of the people going and started early? Or are we going to wait till it's fully staffed, or?
So we have had that conversation with the union and planning and discussions, and I think the consensus is to do kind of an all-in right up front. Trying to do it, part-time is doable, but it has its challenges. It has its challenges with it as well. Some places have done that, and that is a viable way to phase something in, where you look at the peak time, right, the busiest times, which is no surprise during the day, right? if you look at a bell curve of all the calls, they start going up at 7 AM, and at 7 PM, they're dropping down. The challenge is even though they're busier during the day, you can never really predict when. They might be less at night, but you still need them when you need them.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is we use the service that we're using already
Yep.
for the night. Trying to get 8 people all to start at the same time seems to be a difficult thing. Because they need to have they have to have the training, they have to have, hopefully both fire and EMS experience. So I was wondering if we would think about phasing it in.
Yeah, we would think about phasing it in. However, a couple things. I understand what you're saying on the 8. It's not uncommon for departments to look for this level of staffing, whether it's through a grant or whatever. So, or just like when we hired, when we hire most times, like when we've done the lieutenants, we always have gone for 4 at one time. So, but directly to your question, yes. But I would say we're gonna focus and try everything we can to get 8, and then if we're unsuccessful, we would revert back to some type of part-time service or lesser than 24/7. But we'd let the hiring dictate that versus trying to purposely phase the program in.
Well, that's what I think you let the hiring go, but if you're not getting it,
Yep.
you get the program going, because again, if some of these people are waiting for the other 6 to come on board, they might take another job.
Right, and we don't want to hire unqualified people either,
Right.
just to fill a slot.
Right.
But 8 is, Auburn just got a SAFER grant, and they're hiring 8 additional firefighters. And Northborough, 6 months ago, just put 8 firefighters on as well, and they've all just graduated the academy recently. And the reason for the 8 was so that they could staff a second ambulance. They had just enough firefighters that they could staff 1 ambulance and put 2 or 3 on an engine. But as soon as they got their second medical call and they staffed both ambulances, they had no fire protection at all. Everybody was, so they were able to get 8, and that's what I did. So it's just staffing, but that's certainly a viable option, especially, and maybe that's something that if we have to send 3 or 4 of them to the academy, that while they're in the academy, we only run the ambulance during the day, and then when they come back, it goes to 24.
Yes.
I have a follow-up with the advanced versus basic care and how that impacts our contract with UMass. Because we're currently paying, what did you say, $85,000, I think. So as we become, say we're running 12 hours a day self-sufficiently, do we then readjust the contract with UMass? Is that a multi-year contract?
So it's a 5-year agreement that we're under, and there would be no adjustment because when the 85 was negotiated, it was recognized that midterm we'd be introducing this. Basically, all $85,000, if you take it out times the 5 years, really is the cost of a single ambulance. So they're not. That's how it was figured. So there wouldn't be an adjustment in this 5-year agreement, but subsequent agreements, we'll have to look at it and see what their interest is in continuing any aspect of service in town.
Just before I open up to the public, I just had one
Gina had
question. Oh, excuse me.
Sorry. Is it okay if I ask?
Go, yes.
What would be the risk if we move forward with the ambulance, but then at town meeting, we decide not to move forward with the service? Can we sell the ambulance?
Pretty quickly, right?
Very easily, very easily.
Because of the 2-year wait period,
Okay.
someone would likely come get it from us right away.
Okay.
At a premium?
Yes, go ahead.
So, one more question, right? So, it's good to have the financial comparison with the communities. Do you want to, if you have numbers, what the operational cost these communities are having to operate their ambulance?
I don't have them this evening, but we can provide them. We use Westborough's budget as a basis for those figures that I showed on our expenditure side tonight. So we can provide that with no problem.
Yeah,
Sure.
that would be good. Thank you.
Before I open up to the public, I just had one question on the financing of it. We started this apparatus replacement fund a number of years ago, and now all of a sudden we're depleting it, taking it down for an ambulance. How much is in that fund right now?
So this is actually It's only $250,000, and we did this for the first time at the May
The
town meeting
past, okay.
for an apparatus replacement.
Is there any possibility we should probably think about taking it all from free cash? We've got a substantial amount of free cash and let that fund stay because we're still gonna have to order a fire engine in the next couple of years.
I mean, it's somewhat six of one, half dozen of the other. What I think we'd rather do is spend this, and then, establish a standalone, fund outside of the capital program for the apparatus. That may mean that we put 500 in this spring instead of 250, but, it would come from free cash regardless in the springs. So our proposal is to use the fund, but it's basically sitting just like free cash right now.
Well, just to follow up on that, do we have to put up the whole 540,000 up front when we order the ambulance?
Yes, we do in order to sign a contract.
We do, okay.
From, not even necessarily from the vendor's position, but from the accounting, the
So
general
it's
laws. of
money
the
we
accounting.
just put aside.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, open it up to the public. If anybody's got any questions? Yep. Take the one in the back first, Mr. Clerk.
Hi, Stefan Hess, Precinct 8. Have we considered used versus new, considering a lot of the ambulances in the neighboring towns or services are going out of business? Also, we're starting with BLS. Have we considered maybe 2-for-1 or 3-for-1 in a used market? We have a lot of handy people to maintain this equipment. We could also put something in Edgemere, put something in the center of town, et cetera.
So I'll start and then I'll let Joe add on the vehicle specific. Most departments, when they're getting rid of the ambulances, they're pretty well worn, they're pretty well used. And I'll let Joe speak to it about the market. The other thing was brought up on an earlier article is challenges with hiring people. If we're gonna try to hire good candidates, especially starting up a program, they're not gonna wanna come if we say, here's a 10-year-old ambulance, come work for us. So we don't have to have the best and the shiniest, but we need to give them good equipment to work with and kind of start the program off on the right foot. We are looking at the possibility of getting a used one as a backup, and that may be something that we look at down the road, so that when the frontline ambulance is out for preventative maintenance and stuff like that, that we have something that could fill in. But that's kind of I don't know if you can speak to the market at all, Joe. But.
Yeah, no, it, like the chief said, most ambulances, most departments around us, will run them usually between 5 to 7 years. And at that point in time, when you get to the 7-year mark, the truck is starting to get to the point where the repair costs on the truck are more than it would be that if you figured out over that 7 years what you paid for the truck. So when you start, plus downtime also becomes a problem. If you do not have a spare that's up and running at that time, if that ambulance is out of service for 5 days, waiting for parts or trying to get stuff repaired on it because of the age of the truck, that's now 5 days of calls that you're not getting any revenue on any of those calls. So it does become a used one is a very good option for the spare side of it, which is, like the chief said, what we're talking about on that, but we really should have at least one newer truck that's a lot less problematic and basically ready to go at more often than not. So, and the markets for used stuff, a lot of the private ambulance services that have gone out of business, a lot of those ambulances are not the Class 1 style ambulance that we're trying to basically implement here. You get the ambulances that are a little bit smaller. They're not set up quite as well, and they're not set up to have the space to ever actually change to ALS. So as we discussed in the beginning of it, we're starting at BLS with the goal of moving towards ALS. If you bought a BLS truck and then in 2 years we do move to ALS and have to buy another truck, it's not fiscally smart to go down that road on it.
Can I have a follow-up to that? So the ALS, what's the timeline for the ALS program, roughly? 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 7 years?
Hopefully shorter than that. Our hope is around the 1-year mark to be able to make the move.
Okay. And then in terms of service time, as we mentioned earlier, we're 23 square miles, servicing it out of Harrington and in the center of town. That leaves a lot of areas of town that are still 15 minutes away. How are we looking to address that with this program, except to get to that 5-minute or 7-minute goal, right?
Yeah, so a lot of it is, the location certainly does play into it, right? The closer you are, right? So having the 3 stations, if over time, so there's different avenues we could go. We could continue to have a partnership with UMass or somebody else that they provide service, and we stay at 1 ambulance. Most likely, we would look in coming years to add a 2nd ambulance. Again, we would put them in 2 different stations. That would spread it out. One of the examples on the revenue that was up there was Watertown, which had they run 1 ambulance in the fire department, and then they have a contract with Pro EMS that does that backs them up, so that they're able to do that. So there's different avenues that we could go. Like I said, expanding ours to additional ambulances in the future, or continuing to have partnerships, and mutual aid, right? So I'd say that our mutual aid is way up, with departments, Northborough, Westborough, Boylston sending their ambulance here. Right now, we don't reciprocate any of them. We can't, right? So it's all one-sided. It's those fire departments in those towns coming to kind of bail us out, help us out. Once we have an ambulance, then we're able to reciprocate that. So stuff that's on the Northborough border, a Northborough ambulance could come and, could respond to that, or the Westborough ambulance. So we work back and forth all the time, not quite a daily basis, but very, very routinely on the fire side of things. And the same thing is on the EMS side.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Cook?
Yep, Chris Kirk, Precinct 1. Just 2 quick questions. One is, why buy an ambulance with no crew to man it?
Purely the lead time. It takes 2 years from the time we order it before we'll see it.
Okay, and the other question is, years ago, the town also had its own ambulance service, but discontinued it, and I was just wondering if anybody remembers or even knows why that was discontinued.
Well, it was discontinued, I don't know if we were even, if we were born, we were children at the time.
1982 was the last year we ran it in town.
Was it 82? Yeah. So it was a combination of things. It wasn't properly managed. It was, you used to run it, they ran it out of the fire station with 1 firefighter, would drive the ambulance, would meet a police officer on scene. The police officer would then drive the ambulance, the firefighter would get in the back, and the police officer would drive it to the hospital. Back then, it was early days of EMS, and it was really more of a lay-down taxi cab. I mean, the first ambulance they had, I believe, was a Cadillac ambulance, where they literally just threw them on a stretcher, drove as fast as they could to the hospital, and threw them in the door. So it's just, things have changed since then, right? But it was, my understanding, so it was before my time, but it was just, it wasn't managed properly.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? If not, we thank the chief and Joe.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll move on to the next article. Article 4.
Article 4 proposes to transfer $310,854.55 in opioid settlement funds from free cash to the opioid special revenue fund. These funds were received from the state settlements in fiscal year '24 and flowed to free cash, so we're just looking to move them to the special revenue fund so that they can be used appropriately.
Any questions from the committee?
So-
Yes, Diane?
Did we already receive some funds or, okay, so
Yeah.
this is,
Yeah, this is just another kind of bundle of settlement funds that we received in fiscal year '24.
and do we anticipate more settlement funds coming?
Yeah, so we're expected to receive about 2.5 million through fiscal year '39. We've received about 700,000 to date.
Okay, so we would expect to see this type of transfer request every year as we get these in,
No, so
or?
actually, so we were able, the state enacted a provision to allow us to establish special revenue funds. So moving forward, the money that we received from the settlements can go right into.
Right into it, okay, so we wouldn't have to do this transfer moving forward?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Yes,
There are specific things that this fund can be used for.
That's correct.
Yes. Yep.
that may be a good point of information if you could maybe
Sure.
get
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
some information on that, laying out what the funds can be used for. I think that would be very helpful.
Agreed.
Yep.
Yep.
No, there's no other questions, I'll open it up to the public. Anybody has any questions? Have you got your hand up, Mr. Greco? Come forward.
I know somebody was stretching in the back. First of all, this is the first I've ever heard of the opioid prevention special revenue fund. How long has it existed?
I believe 2020, fiscal year '24 was the first time we received funds. So these are all state settlements, and then we as the town are eligible to receive a portion of funds.
Okay, so is this under, I'm sorry,
Yes.
is this administered by the town manager or by some department or?
Yep. So the revenue sources come from the class action settlements that the state attorney general participate in, and then they're equally distributed based on population within communities who have opted in. So that's where the monies are coming from. You heard in the, a number of large pharmaceutical companies were found partially liable through these class action suits. So that's where the revenue is coming from. It's overseen by the Department of Public Health within the town. We're putting a plan in place now that we've received this revenue. It can be used for, drug prevention, drug abuse awareness, things like that within the community. So the Board of Health will have direct oversight of these funds.
And what would be the nature of the services provided? Is this just going to be educational, or are you going to provide?
It would be a variety of things, and what we're really targeting is education will be a large component, but then also like public health, community workers to, reach out to folks who have had overdoses and things like that to get them on the right track and get them healthy and off of their addictions. So meeting in the field, providing services, and addressing any other type of substance abuse needs within the community, not just opioids.
Just one last one.
Okay, go ahead.
And that is, the community workers, are they already on the payroll, or would they be hired, or would they be contracted, or?
They would be hired or contracted. They're not on the payroll right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? If not, we'll move on to the next article, Article 5.
Article 5 is a little bit of a standing article that we've brought typically to the fall town meeting recently. This is to appropriate funds received from the Commonwealth Transportation Infrastructure Fund. The town receives 10 cents for every ride share that originates in town. And so we're looking to appropriate the $30,383.40 that we received in calendar years 2023 and 2024. This reflects 303,000 rides that originate between those 2 years.
Questions from the community, from the committee? Well, if not, anything from the public? Okay, if not, we'll, yes, Mr. Kirk. You have an awful lot of questions tonight.
I just, every time I see like boilerplate language, I just get itchy.
Okay.
I don't, Anyway, so the transportation network companies, is that, what is that?
Uber and Lyft.
Uber and Lyft, okay. And pedestrian mobility initiatives, what would they be?
So sidewalks, crosswalks, bike lanes, all non-vehicular traffic within the public way.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I've just had a quick request, if we could just take a 5-minute recess, and then we'll proceed with the last couple articles.
Thank you.
Okay, I think everybody's back. We'll continue with Article 6.
At this time, Article 6 is a placeholder to authorize payment of bills incurred in a prior fiscal year. As of today, we have no bills to pay, and we don't anticipate any, so we would recommend town meeting defeat this article if we can then.
Thank you.
By the time we get to this
I don't think we need any input from the public. Thank you. We'll move on to Article 7.
So Article 7 is the citizens petition.
Yes.
And there's a lead petitioner here that will make a presentation, and the public health director would like to make a presentation to the committee as well. So we'll yield the table to the lead.
Okay.
Sam goes first?
Yeah, you can, yeah. you can
Okay,
have
thank
some-
you. Good evening. By way of introduction, I'm Mary Casey, the grandmother of Sam Rajwani. I'm also a lifelong resident of Shrewsbury. Sam has asked me to address the committee in his absence, and he has prepared the following statement. Hello, members of the Finance Committee. I'd like to preface this by saying that I'm sorry I can't be here in person. Senior year has been very busy with college visits. That being said, I'm excited to present the Select Board meeting on October the 14th and the special meeting on October the 22nd. I'm here because of a civic action project I started during my junior year of high school. Through the hard work of a lot of people, it has blossomed into Article 7 on the warrant for the next town meeting. I'm here today, metaphysically and through my grandmother, to briefly explain what that article asks. The exact language of the article asks that the town authorize the Select Board to petition the General Court for the enactment of special legislation which would allow for the residents of Shrewsbury to decide on the vote for the 2026 town election whether to continue to fluoridate the public water supply. This sounds very complicated, but it really, all it means is that if at the town meeting the members pass to the article, then next year there will be a question on the annual town election ballot that asks, should the town of Shrewsbury continue to fluoridate our public water supply? The passage of this article does not by itself change anything regarding fluoridation. Action will only be taken if this article is passed and the residents of Shrewsbury vote to take fluoride out of the water next year. This would be the first time the people of Shrewsbury would vote on adding fluoride to our water. When it was added back in 1952, residents did not vote on it, and we haven't had the opportunity to vote on it since. Also, it's very neutral financial request from the evidence I've gathered. I'm not going to stand here and put up a spreadsheet showing fluoride industrial chemical costs versus theoretical projected dental costs versus estimates on residents' bottled water and filtration system purchases, since the figures are largely speculative or outdated. I wouldn't be comfortable sharing such shaky data with you and trying to pass it off as highly reputable. That being said, we can all agree that our town spends considerable taxpayer funds to add fluoride to our water, and certain families spend considerable money installing and maintaining reverse osmosis filtering systems or purchasing bottled water to drink fluoride-free water. I'm not asking you to decide whether or not you want fluoride in the water. Rather, I'm asking you to let the residents decide for the first time in our town's history. In the 73 years since we've started fluoridating our water, an abundance of studies have come out that relate ingestion of fluoride to a slew of negative health effects, especially negative health effects on the IQ of children. Most people don't know about these studies or the effects at all. The passage of this petition would bring this issue to people's attention. It would give them the opportunity to do their own research and make their own decisions. My goal isn't for the town to vote one way or another. Rather, it is to raise awareness and allow the people to come to their own conclusions. That's exactly what the passage of this article would do. Support of this article lets the people of Shrewsbury know that you have faith in their decision-making abilities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there any questions from the committee you'd like to ask the presenter? Yes, Dave.
So I'm a little confused in the process. So I thought there was some there was steps between the town meeting members voting on it and it getting on the ballot. Doesn't it go to the select board, go to the state, and come back to us?
I apologize for not knowing the process because I'm
Okay.
here to just read the statement.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
So, thank you, Ms. Rajwani, for that statement that you read out for your grandson. I'm a little hesitant, given the fact that I don't think you're presenting enough data for us to make a decision, especially given that this has been an accepted area of science that many credible establishments, not only in the country but in the world. I know there are studies, and you did mention some of them, but there's a lot of controversy around that. And without proper scientific evidence being presented, I don't think that the case for this petition is very strong.
Okay, I would like to refute that because what Sam isn't asking is for you to make a determination on whether we should remove fluoride from the water. He's asking that the people of the town do their research, look at objective data, and make their own decisions. So I wasn't here to present a case for fluoridation. I wasn't here to present a case to keep things status quo. I was here on his behalf to say, we have fluoridated our water for 52 years. Not every community does that. It's time we let the citizens decide. It would actually bring to the citizens this issue, and they would be able to look at the data and make a personal choice. Because right now, they're not able to make that choice. The town made it for them 73 years ago.
Just one last comment,
Yes.
and I won't continue this discussion. I understand where you're coming from, and I respect that. Given the fact that you are referring to things like the IQ case and all that, I believe this is very dangerous. A lot of studies that have been around for a long time have proven that fluoride actually has benefits, and many of those IQ studies have been refuted by credible institutes and credible peers who have reviewed those. For example, I think you're referring the China study in which there was a case in which they basically found that IQs went down. Later, when it was reviewed, that study was reviewed, it was seen that basically there was contamination, other contaminants in the water. There were poor levels of measuring IQs of the children that were part of the study. So there is a lot of discussion about this, and all I would like to say is that without a proper justification, to say that this is open it up to the residents, it's extremely dangerous, because I don't think we have enough information, and that we are science PhDs sitting over here. We have to, at some point, we have to basically depend upon the experts. And opinions are important, but science is not opinion, science is fact.
I completely agree.
And that's all I would like
Okay.
to say.
Right, I completely agree that science has to be based in fact. But I also think that we have an educated community, and I think that educated community can look at the studies, especially in light of what's been coming out in the last couple of years, and be able to make their own decision. I think we have to look at the town and say, this isn't something we can look at from 70 years ago, and look at those studies and look at the veracity of those studies. I think it's important that the people get to vote.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I actually have a procedural question. So just out of curiosity, being new to the committee, it sounds like based on your statement, this is largely a cost neutral, or at least not cost focused decision at this point. What's the responsibility of the finance committee with regard to, we're not asking how much is an ambulance, we're not asking why are garbage bag sales going down. Can you just help as a new member, provide a little bit of guidance around how we look at a petition, which is made through proper process, through public government? How do we as finance committee members think about this information being presented?
Under the laws of the Commonwealth and of town meeting procedures, all articles that come before the public have to pass through the Finance Committee for a recommendation for or against, regardless of whether they involve dollars or not, basically. And I'm just going by memory on that. But I just had one quick question. We've, over the number of years, you had indicated that it had been in the water system. We've had a number of times at town meetings when we've actually voted up or down against this to continue, and I can't tell that without asking the manager to help me in some way. We've had it at least 2 or 3 times that it was voted to continue in the past. So it doesn't go back to 1952 without any discussions with the general public. It was brought before town meetings, like I say. So
Yes, it was brought before town meeting, but it has not been brought before the people.
yes. I just wanted to make that clear, that
Thank
it was voted by the town, and again, on the recommendation of the health department each time on there, so.
And if I may
Yes.
just add a comment, right? Town meeting is a representative town meeting, so each citizen decides who from town meeting should represent their district. So yes, it's not a direct ask to every single individual citizen, but town meeting does represent the community.
It does, and I think that's a very valid point. I also feel like if this has been brought to town meeting so often, it may be something that the town meeting members should say, this has come up a number of times and it's time we let the citizens vote on it. That would almost be like a once and for all at that point, as opposed to continually asking town meeting, and town meeting is the person who stops it.
Are there any other questions from the committee? Oh, we thank you very much for your grandson, and we have somebody from the health department that wants to come and present.
Hi, thank you
Good.
so much.
Good.
My name is Annette Garcia. I'm the Regional Health Director. Sorry, I stole your chair. Okay. I'm the Regional Health Director here that serves the town of Shrewsbury. The Board of Health had asked me to put together a presentation regarding kind of what is water fluoridation and how does it affect public health. So just a little background on what is fluoride and what does it do for us. So fluoride's a mineral that's naturally present in some water supplies, foods, and also available as a dietary supplement. It inhibits or reverses the initiation and progression of tooth decay, so it helps keep our teeth healthy and strong. But as with every good thing, too much of it can also be bad, so I want to touch a little bit on the negative effects of too much fluoride. So there are 2 main things that we see when somebody ingests too much fluoride. The first is what we call dental fluorosis, and that's characterized by discoloration of your tooth enamel. And it can vary from very mild, where you get white speckling, to more severe cases where you might have white or brown staining. The other effect can be skeletal fluorosis. So this is characterized in mild cases by some joint pain and stiffness, but the severe cases can show more severe bone and joint problems. In the United States, only 5 cases of severe skeletal fluorosis have ever been recorded, and that was due to ingesting over 10 milligrams of fluoride per day over a 20-year period. And that is largely due to ingesting a lot of toothpaste or inhalant use. So on the next slide, why is fluoride important to us? So dental caries or tooth decay were found to be the single most common chronic childhood disease, and it often affects historically underserved populations, so those who don't have access to dental care or dental insurance at 1.5 times the rate. Each year that results in almost 51 million school hours lost. Additionally, poor oral health can negatively affect other chronic health conditions like diabetes and cardiovascular disease. So good oral health is really important to overall health. Fluoridated water supply is largely touted as a very low-cost intervention that has a significant impact on reducing health disparities. So it's one of the most important public health interventions that we've seen. So how is fluoride regulated? The Environmental Protection Agency has a role in assessing potential health risks associated with fluoride exposure under the Safe Drinking Water Act. So in this act, they come up with what we call the maximum contaminant level, which they set at 4.0 milligrams per liter. So they use science and available science and data to set this level at where they anticipate no adverse health effects. Additionally, they develop what we call the maximum contaminant level goal. So this is a more protective goal where they look on health effect data for the most vulnerable populations. So they're looking at what level will protect children, pregnant women, and the elderly. And that was set at 2.0 milligrams per liter. They evaluate these contaminants in water every 6 years and through the Safe Drinking Water Act to see if they need any revisions to reset those maximum contaminant levels. And so their most recent evaluation took place in 2024, and they found no need to make revisions to the fluoride levels. Some other recent data that's come out, the National Toxicology Program is a division of the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. They regularly look at different minerals that are out there to evaluate potential health risks. So in 2024, they did evaluate fluoride as it relates to IQ, and they looked at a number of studies that were out there that were evaluating those two different components. And they found that of all of the studies they looked at, 19 were high quality with a low chance of bias. And they found that when the concentration of fluoride in drinking water is at or exceeds 1.5 milligrams per liter, there was some associated loss with IQ points. However, it's important to know that a lot of those areas of study, the endemic level of fluoride in water is much higher than 1.5. So the National Academies of Science and Engineering looked at that monograph study from the National Toxicology Program and found that those results couldn't be used to draw conclusions about low fluoride exposure like we see here in Shrewsbury. So there have been some recent civil actions and bench trials as it relates to fluoride in drinking water. In 2016, an environmentalist group petitioned the EPA to ban or restrict the addition of fluoride to public drinking water supplies. It wasn't until recently in 2024 that a federal court ordered the EPA to take action as it relates to fluoride in drinking water. However, it's important to know that they did not specify what action should be taken or what the result of those actions would be. Central evidence data included that National Toxicology Program report that I previously spoke about. The EPA did appeal this decision, however, there's been no further information about the outcome of that appeal. So just some conclusions based on that available data. The majority of systematic reviews in scientific literature do not link water supplies fluoridated to a concentration of 0.7 milligrams per liter to severe adverse health outcomes. Removing fluoride from community water supplies could be removing a very critical health intervention that promotes not only good oral health, but health across the lifetime, as it can be a preventative factor for some other chronic diseases like diabetes and cardiovascular disease.
Start with Dennis. Go to Lauren.
What is the level that Shrewsbury water is fluoridated to?
0.7 milligrams per liter.
And what is there any natural amount of fluoride in Shrewsbury's water?
I don't have that
I have
information.
that, actually.
Yeah.
It exists between a 0.15 and 0.19 out of the wells.
So even if we removed fluoridation from the water, we'd still get fluoride.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, may I ask a follow-up question? So is that the, oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
So the 0.7, we're adding so that it gets to 0.7?
Yes.
Okay.
My question was asked by Dennis, so.
Two questions. So my understanding is the 0.7 number came up based on studies that that was the optimal amount that would have health benefits for children, especially as far as tooth decay is concerned. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the second question I had was, do we have any numbers as far as what the cost of fluoridation is concerned? Because my understanding from the history of fluoridation is that this is the lowest cost effort. If you go into other countries where they put it in milk or salt or things like that, it gets extremely expensive. But fluoridation is a very low cost. So if you could run the numbers as far as how much does it cost the town to do this effort?
I actually have that number. Fiscal year '25 was $24,000, just over.
For the entire town?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, Dennis?
Wasn't there a period in 24 or 25 where we couldn't fluoridate because there wasn't any fluoride?
So, I think it was in 22 and
22,
23.
okay.
Yeah, right after COVID, there was a shortage.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure the numbers were inclusive of.
I
or
have,
not,
I
whatever,
have
that
numbers
we weren't.
going back to
Yeah.
15.
Okay,
So.
great.
Yes?
So we talk about levels of fluoride and healthy, unhealthy. Does it matter about the size of the subject? In other words, if there's children who are 30 pounds and men are 200 pounds, will that make a difference in how much fluoride they ingest?
Yeah, so there have been reports that have looked at what dose estimate data is out there, and so they account for not only your body weight, but also taking into account for other sources of fluoride ingestion. So looking at some food is fortified if you're using brush on application of fluoride. So there is dose estimate data out there that looks at it, and so if you look at your smallest person, so your child of 0 to 6 months, the upper limit of what's ingestible is going to be 0.7 milligrams per day. And so the study also looked at, when you're looking at fluoridated water sources, what are they actually ingesting based on, how much water intake they're doing. I will say there's some limitation to it because a lot of children's infant formula also contains varying different levels of fluoride. However, within the parameters of this dose response data, fluoridated water wouldn't exceed that maximum limit that they say.
Any other questions? If not, we'll go to the public. Does the public have any questions? Yeah, come forward, please.
Just a procedural, should we have the lead petitioner come up to be able to answer any questions if the public can direct them to
I
either?
think, yes. You can invite, Ms. Casey back up. Could you give us your name and address, please?
Sure. Good evening. I'm Shazad Rajwani. Full disclosure, Sam's dad.
Oh, okay.
I'm also at 12 Old Colony Drive.
Okay.
I just wanted to address a couple of points. I don't have the expertise that Sam has, or my wife, Catherine, who has presented this to the Board of Health, under whose purview this would be. And I just want to point out that the Board of Health did not take a position on Sam's article, right? They're asked to do so and say, no, fluoride, they still recommend fluoride, but the idea of this article is to present to the town people additional information, right, and let them vote on it, and it has to go to town meeting first. And to your point, I really am not sure whether the Finance Committee first has the expertise regarding if fluoride is good or not, or whether they should take a position or they can abstain, similar to what the Board of Health did. A few of the things I'd like to just comment on is, in addition to trying to make our drinking water safe, what adding fluoride to the water does is it medicates all of us that rely on town water, whether we want it or not. And really, I would submit that's being done without informed consent. Like, most people don't know that fluoride is a known neurotoxin. Most people don't know the level that's been added. Most people don't know what type of fluoride is being added. And with respect, when you say it's a dangerous thing to let people vote on this, and the appeal to authority that science is established, science is not, saying something is established science isn't science, right? It's a process, and things change. And there has been a lot of things that have come out about fluoride that weren't previously known, right? So when someone thinks they have the authority to talk on that, I think what we should really be looking at is that it's anti-democratic to say that it's dangerous. What we're really talking about is preventing cavities, and topical application is better for doing that than ingesting an amount. And to the point of the decision that's being appealed from the California decision that was brought under the Toxic Substance Act, I believe it was, that decision found that the amounts of fluoridation, and lots of experts talked on that, by the way, is when you don't have a certain margin of safety, that the amount of fluoride that's being put into the water there, and into our drinking water could pose a risk. So I think informed consent is a big deal here. And I also think that it is, throwing out numbers like this many millions of hours are lost because of dental visits really doesn't talk about how many children we're talking about. I mean, that could really add up to like 1 hour for a kid visiting the dentist. So I would just say that I think Sam's article is not asking or saying if fluoride is good or bad. It is letting the residents decide and giving them informed consent, because when you add fluoride to the water, you're medicating all of us, right? You're not just trying to make the water safe from lead and other contaminants. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, can I
Yeah.
follow up on Ms. Barner's
Yes.
question? So, as to the charge of the Finance Committee, as you said, Mr. Budenhagen, the committee is charged and shall make a recommendation on every article that has an appropriation. But that's what the language says. So, reading that logically, right, you're not forced to make a recommendation on each and every article unless it does have an appropriation. So I just wanted to make sure that the committee is aware what your responsibilities are.
I'd just like to make one additional comment too, as far as the educational portion of it. It's a very complex issue, and I think an awful lot more information should be provided before you go forward with a petition of this type to educate the people in the community itself. That's just my personal opinion. But to have an article with this complexity and not have all this general information, I think is wrong. Again, that's my personal opinion.
I know we're in public comment, but to the town manager, just so I understand, I'm not still clear out on the process. This goes to town meeting. If town meeting says yes, does it go to the select board? And the select board can vote if it goes to the legislative group?
So the select board is the executive mechanism for, executive branch for the town, right? So there has to be some action that's taken to move it to the state legislature.
Right.
But yes, it then goes to the select board.
And they can decide to send it or not?
In theory, yes.
Right, and then the state can decide to approve it or not?
That is correct.
But if they approve it, then we're not bound to have the question, then we go through the whole process of putting the question on the ballot?
Just to make sure I understand what you said, we would be bound.
Oh, we would be bound.
Through
Okay.
state law, right? That is the request here, to establish a state law that the town of Shrewsbury shall hold such
Okay.
a referendum.
So if it goes to the state legislature, we're bound to have it on the.
If they vote, yes.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry, may I just
Yes.
ask a follow-up question? So I know this has come up with other citizens petitions recently, at least when I've been on Finance Committee, where some of the, it has to be this legal language, which isn't always the expertise of petitioners. And so I just want to check, Mr. Mizikar, if town council was involved in providing any guidance for the language of this article.
He was not directly, but I had the pleasure of working with Sam throughout this process, and we do think the article is good as to legal form. The one concern that I have, which I think could be overcome, is that it essentially compels the article to be asked in May of 2026. The great and general court is great in general, but they don't oftentimes move very expeditiously. So I would question whether this would make it through the legislative process in time, but I think that could be cured. through the select board's authority and shaping what goes to the state to allow for it to be at the next available election versus the specific one that's in the article.
Thank you for that clarification.
Just make one additional comment. Tonight, when we deliberate this particular article after this public hearing is closed, we still can't really make a recommendation for or against yet either, because these articles haven't been to the select board yet. So we would have to hold our recommendation to the special town meeting before it starts. So just keep
You
that.
wouldn't have to. You could vote. You can vote on all the articles this
You
evening
can?
if you chose.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, in the past, we have always taken the recommendations of the select board first and then work from there. Thank you. Is there any comment from the public? Any more comment? Yes, please come forward.
Charles Garabedian in Precinct 2. I think earlier in our discussion, you had mentioned that the natural occurrence of fluoride in our water has a range, and I didn't get the two numbers.
It exists between a 0.15 and a 0.19 milligrams per liter.
And you indicated that the town adds a certain amount of fluoride to get it up to 7/10.
Correct.
Now, obviously, if it's in that range, then that amount of fluoride in that natural occurrence in the water is continuously changing. How many times do you monitor it so that you're adding the correct amount to reach the 7/10?
We test every day.
You do it every day?
Yes. Yep.
Now, is it the same on all the water sources for the town, or is it just some of them? How do you do that?
Oh, it's only one water source in town that we will send water out from.
Okay.
So, yeah, that 0.15 to 0.19 exists in the groundwater wells that then go through the treatment plant.
And the last thing I'd like to know is, you check it every day. Can you give me any idea what the variation is from day to day? Does it vary quite a bit, or is it very, very, very small?
From a 0.6 to a 0.8 will probably be so it averages to about a 0.7.
So that must mean that there's very little probability that the amount of fluoridation would exceed the 7/10 then?
I wouldn't say to exceed 7/10. It will go to 0.8 some days, yeah. It won't be.
I just want to make sure that we're not adding too much.
Nope, the state says we can go up to 4, which we obviously would not do, but.
All right, okay, very good. Thank you.
Yes.
Good evening, I'm Julie Boris, I'm from Precinct 6. So I wanted to just agree with Mr. Rajwani that water fluoridation is forced medication without informed consent. And in 2016, I had a serious health problem, and it turns out it was my thyroid. I could barely walk. I went to a doctor, this was a doctor from Tufts Medical School, and the first thing she asked me, is there fluoride in your water? And I said yes, and she said, get it out. So I just want people to think about a grown person drinking 8 glasses of water a day versus an infant who is possibly bottle fed. How much more, they're so tiny, and we are dosing them over and over and over all day long with fluoride, which is a known neurotoxin. And Sam did an amazing presentation to the select board that had the science. But this question really is about the process of allowing the vote to happen. Filtering fluoride is really difficult to get out of your water. You have to get a reverse osmosis system, and you have to change the filters constantly, and it's very expensive. Other towns here in Massachusetts do not have fluoridated water, and they're okay. Other countries, many European countries, do not fluoridate their water. They do not have a problem with the cavities that we're talking about. Both Idaho and Florida just recently completely banned the process of fluoridation in their entire state by law. People can easily and cheaply use fluoride or get fluoride drops if they want fluoride. I don't want fluoride in my water. I'm tired of paying to get it out. I ask you to please support this article so the people can have a townwide vote. I completely agree that it's come to the town meeting several times, and it hasn't. It's time, if it hasn't passed continually, but we're not going to give up and go away because it is dangerous. And so we're asking you to just let it go to a townwide vote, and once it's on the ballot, we can have the conversation about the science. There is plenty of science to show that it is dangerous. We can educate people, we can listen to the Board of Health, we can listen to the other side of the conversation, and let the people make their own decision. So I ask you to support this article, and I thank you very much for your time.
Is there any other? Yes, come forward.
Hi, Jackie Fashion, Precinct 4. So as I was sitting there, I just did like a quick Google search, adverse health effects of ingesting fluoride. I would imagine Google probably has the most up-to-date, scientific information. So this is what it came up with. It says, exposure to high levels of fluoride over long periods can cause adverse health effects, primarily affecting the teeth, bones, and potentially the brain, kidneys, and thyroid. The severity of these effects typically depend on the amount, duration, and age of exposure. Again, a small child compared to an adult, whole different ballgame. Neurotoxic effects. It is a neurotoxin. That's what it is. Some research has suggested a link between high fluoride exposure and cognitive deficits, especially in children. So there's the IQ that we were talking about earlier. Systematic reviews have found an association between high fluoride exposure and lower IQ scores in children. This is Google, simple Google search. High quality prospective birth cohort studies have also found negative associations between maternal fluoride exposure during pregnancy and nonverbal cognitive abilities in children. Don't you think we should have informed consent before adding that to our water?
Mr. Chair, may I ask a question? Does Google say what a high level is?
I mean, you can go on and on. There's a whole big long list, and you can certainly look it up. And it does say, yes, obviously, it depends on how much you're ingesting, of course. But a small human compared to a full-grown adult ingesting the same amount of water per day, you have to think, if there are even a possibility of lowering IQ in children, then we need to be able to say yes or no, right? I think she has a question.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't necessarily think a small child is consuming the same amount of water. I think that's something.
A lot of people use water right from the tap to mix their formula.
Right, but a baby isn't drinking 64 ounces of water a day.
Maybe not 64, but even if they're drinking a quarter of what an adult might drink, some adults only drink 16 ounces a day. Some adults drink 32 ounces a day. Everybody's different, is what I'm saying. And everyone's body is different. And I just think that we should have the right to consent to it. It is a neurotoxin. It's a medication that we're being forced to have in our water that we have to pay a lot of money to get out. And we're paying money to put it in there in the first place. That's all. I just want you to think about it. Everybody should do their own research, and I do think that the residents are capable of making this vote, having a voice. We don't all have to be scientists. And there is differing scientific information out there if you look. There's two sides of the coin. And you can look at all different studies, and some of the recent studies are completely different from what we've known for years. So that's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anybody else? Yes.
Hi, I'm Naomi Halpern, Precinct 9.
Thanks for letting me speak tonight. I agree with everyone else who's come up and talked about how one-size-fits-all medicine is a dangerous game. I was also told by my medical doctor to get fluoride out of my water. But I'm here tonight to urge the Finance Committee to recommend Article 7. This article does not decide whether fluoride should stay or go. It simply gives Shrewsbury residents the right to vote on this issue at the 2026 town election. Regardless of where anyone stands on fluoridation, this is fundamentally about democracy, transparency, and informed consent. Adding fluoride, a known neurotoxin, to the public water supply is a medical and dental intervention. Residents deserve a say in whether or not they want that intervention delivered through a shared resource we all pay for. From a financial perspective, this is also about accountability and how our tax dollars are spent. Maintaining fluoridation systems, chemicals, equipment costs money, while residents who need to avoid fluoride face the personal expense of filtration systems or bottled water. It's only fair that the people funding these costs through their water bills and taxes have a direct voice in this decision. Approving this article doesn't remove fluoride. It simply demonstrates responsible leadership, ensuring fiscal accountability while giving residents a fair and democratic voice in decisions that affect both public health needs and personal health needs. I urge you to recommend Article 7 so that every resident has the opportunity to be heard and to vote on what goes into our water. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yes.
Hello, Greg Richards, Precinct 4. I just want to clarify on the past town meetings, some procedural things here. The only mechanism that you have in Massachusetts for a non-Board of Health, or I should say, for us currently, to address fluoridation is through this process. The past town meeting articles, had they passed, would not have actually been able to remove fluoride from the water. Once a Board of Health, then we can't, the only reason we have to go to town meeting today is because once the Board of Health, only when they adjust fluoride levels, I should say, do residents have the ability to go through referendum. And since the Board of Health has not done so, there's only, I believe, and Kevin, correct me if I'm wrong, a 90-day window, I believe, when that adjustment is made for residents to go to referendum. So because of in Shrewsbury, how we got to this point, this is the only mechanism, and this would be the first mechanism, if it would pass, that would successfully allow fluoride to be removed from the public water supply. So that is a difference between past articles in the past. And as was mentioned, it is a two-part process, so we are allowing all voters in town to do this. And I do like to at least say, in my opinion, I do agree that I think everyone should have the ability to make their own medical decisions and allow what gets delivered into their body or into their home. It's a unique situation where it's the only, essentially, monopoly where you really don't truly have an alternate source in Shrewsbury. Yes, I guess you could dig your own well and not be part of our own public water supply, but that's extremely cost prohibitive, where we are actually delivering some form of medication to everyone, whether they like it or not. And back to the education point, as someone who has done, a referendum in the past and been part of ballot committees, there's ample opportunity, if town meeting should go ahead and pass this, for that educational process, both for and against. And as many people have said, you can all be against fluoride, but you can be for allowing your neighbors to make that decision for themselves. And that's effectively all this article is doing, to allowing your peers, your neighbors, and other families to make that decision for themselves, and however that vote turns out, it turns out. But that should be, in this particular case, up to the public at large. And thank you.
Thank you. Yes, then.
A question? Just to be clear, we're removing the addition of fluoride to the water supply. If this goes to town vote, and they vote to get rid of fluoride, do we have to take out the 0.4, 0.8% that's already there, or is it just we don't get that, we don't put any more in?
No, we would not be compelled to remove the balance of naturally occurring.
Yeah, I just think we should make it clear, because it's not going to make us, it's not going to cause a cost to us to remove fluoride.
Yes.
Christy Martino, 16 Hickory Precinct 4. To your, oh, do I have to say through the chair?
No, go.
To your question, that's naturally occurring fluoride. And so that's calcium fluoride, which is not as water soluble as what we're putting in, which is NaF, correct?
Correct.
Which is sodium fluoride, which is chemically made. It's usually a byproduct of the steel, fertilizer, aluminum, glass industry. So it's a toxic waste product that they're selling. It's not the same, right? And so in our bodies with sodium fluoride, our bodies absorb it, but we retain 50% of that on average. And so it accumulates over the years. And this is the science. And I could say I have a background in science and research, so I know how to read it. So I just feel as though this process that Sam, and I'm grateful that Sam is doing it, because I am one of those individuals. I've never had a cavity. I did not grow up with fluoride. I do not use fluoride. And I spend a lot of money trying to get fluoride out of my water. As a matter of fact, we just had the water filtration company come and service our whole house filter, which was very expensive. And I asked him, do they have any new products? And he said, the only way we can get it out 100% is through reverse osmosis. And I said, how much is that? And he said, it starts at $50,000. That's a lot of money, especially when you can brush your teeth, you can go to the dentist, they can paste your teeth with it, you can mouthwash. It's readily available. So I also believe that people should have the right to choose, right? I mean, that's democracy, right? Right? And to your question about children with the water, so their brains are, my background is child development as well. Their brains are developing, so the way medication affects a child versus an adult is very different. It's too complicated to explain now, but it's not the way you were, it's not as simple as the way you were stating it. So I just want to say that. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? No, we thank everybody, and we'll go on to the last article. Thank you. Article 8.
So Article 8, we'll have Mr. Girardi and Mr. Zidlow and Dr. Sawyer join us for this presentation on the article which seeks funding for a feasibility study for the addition and renovation of the Shrewsbury High School. It's a request of $3 million, split in two different parts, $1.5 million from free cash and $1.5 million in a borrowing authorization, which would be, make this article need 2/3 to pass. And this is part of the MSBA process, so after Mr. Girardi goes through his presentation, I can talk a little bit more about the financial model and how we've used it successfully in the past for projects like this.
All right, good evening, thank you. Some topics that we'll cover this evening. We are currently in what's the tail end of the eligibility period of the MSBA project, which is phase 1. It's a 270-day process, and part of that process towards the end is to seek funding to move forward into the feasibility study phase. So we'll speak a little bit about the eligibility period. We'll move to some milestones that we've made through that period, and then we'll get into what financing the feasibility study means, both in cost and what that would provide, so that folks who, when it comes to a special town meeting on October 22nd, folks have as much information as they hopefully will need to make a decision on that vote. We'll talk about the timeline for the project if the feasibility funding is approved, and then some frequently asked questions that we've gotten along the way for this project and past projects that we think would be helpful with people understanding the totality of this request.
Mr. Chair, may I interrupt? Are these slides in our drive?
They are linked from the main presentation.
Okay, let me see.
So it's slide 35.
It says I don't have access, so
I'll give it to you right
that's okay. I'll try to see if I can read the screen. Sorry for interrupting, Mr. Chardy.
No. I like to see it on my screen, so if you are like me, it's very helpful.
I have to make one comment. Your screen is very good compared to some of the others we've had tonight. You must be spending a lot more on your software.
I think we try and enlarge it as much as we can, because we've gotten a lot of feedback around that.
Okay, you should all be able to see it.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Next slide, please. So just as an overall where we're at, the red arrow points to the tail end of the eligibility period, and this is a period where Shrewsbury Public Schools does a lot of the work around what we're providing, which we'll get into in just a few moments. After this period, after Module 1, we are prepared to move into Module 2, which is forming the project team. And again, this is the first part of the feasibility study, which will speak about the feasibility in some subsequent slides. Next slide, please. So just in general, the feasibility study, if we were to move there, has 3 modules, and it has 913 days to complete all 3 modules. So Module 2 would be forming the project team. Module 3 is conducting the feasibility study itself. Module 4 would be to complete the schematic design. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Bidlow.
So the next slide shows a graph of eligibility period, milestone progress, and as you can see from the deliverables on the left column, the status in the middle, and the key information on the right, we're at the point where we're looking, I can bring all the way down to enrollment certification, where we're working with the MSBA's final enrollment projection. We've put in all necessary paperwork to the MSBA to ensure that we're in line with their Module 1 status and be prepared for that. Looking again on October 22nd for the local vote for authorization for the feasibility funding for the study, and if that's approved, we'd move to the feasibility study agreement with the MSBA to determine the feasibility of actually moving a project forward, to find out what the size, status, costs, all that could potentially be. Part of the main component of the MSBA, for those who are familiar with this, is looking at the long-term student projection needs in the community and working with the MSBA to solve our long-term space issues. The factors used to determine the space include the district's enrollment history, trends and projections, the new housing starts within the pipeline, independent population growth, which is conducted by the MSBA using the data we've provided, and also the specific educational program needs within the students in our community. So the goals for the project are certainly the MSBA's goals for the high school expansion project would be properly sizing an addition or renovation to address our severe overcrowding and updating aging building systems. Also to adequately account for space to meet the educational needs of all students. And the core functions, particularly the cafeteria, for those that are familiar with the cafeteria, we had to change our entire schedule in order to have enough space to add a 4th lunch to our schedule to accommodate students to be able to eat in that space. And this is, again, we're looking at the structure at 75 Cypress Ave, not an additional structure on a different site. And we're looking to maintain the existing grade levels at the high school 9 through 12. So there'd be no reorganization of grade levels.
So the next few slides will walk us through what the enrollment is and why the severe overcrowding was what we presented to the MSBA as being our largest issue, and their agreement with severe overcrowding at Shrewsbury High School and the invitation into the eligibility period for Shrewsbury High School. So this first chart here shows dating back to the opening of Shrewsbury High School in the fall of 2002, which entered with 1,233 students. You can see over subsequent years, the first couple of years are there. It then jumps 5-year periods until we get to the early 2020s. and then it's each year up until current year, which our number 1,897 students is our October 1st number for Shrewsbury High School, which we did about a week ago yesterday. October 1st is a big timeline for the Department of Education. That's our point in which we present our total enrollment numbers for the school year. And Shrewsbury High School on that date was 1,897 students. This slide shows what the original design capacity for the building was in 2002. Based on the current programming in 2002, the capacity was 1,475 students. The contemporary design capacity based on current educational programming put forth by MSBA and work we've done with our architect, Lamro and Pagano Associates, that is now reduced to 1,250 students. So this is the information that we provided to the MSBA to share our information around severe overcrowding at Shrewsbury High School. Next slide, please. All right, this slide gets a little bit busier, but I'll try and work through it so it's hopefully understandable. In black is our actual enrollment. And again, we just pushed this back to 21-22 in subsequent years up to the current October 1st number of 1,897 students. Back in 2022, we conducted an independent enrollment projection through the McKibben Group, and they gave us a projection that is in purple. And that purple number runs through the 2031-2032 school year. And this is the number that we provided to MSBA around some third-party enrollments that we shared with them in trying to project out what our enrollment numbers would be moving beyond current year. And then we met with the MSBA on August 29th for our initial enrollment meeting. And what they provided to us is an initial 10-year average of Shrewsbury High School enrollment. And on the year 2031-2032, we were showing the number 1,855 students. This is the MSBA's number that they provided to us. Again, it's a 10-year average. We are still waiting for their final certification numbers. We anticipate this number fluctuating, but we also anticipate this number fluctuating up because at this time they did not have any of the current housing projects or apartment projects in the pipeline. Mr. Mizikar did provide that to them after our meeting with them, and they are currently working on updating those numbers. So we anticipate, we might be wrong, but we anticipate those numbers going up. But at the same time, if it remains at 1,855 students, that's a difference of 605 students between that number and our contemporary design capacity. Mr. Bazillo presented last night. Last year's graduating class was 420 students. This year's is a little bit larger, but the 605 students, just in context, is larger than a single grade level at Shrewsbury High School currently. So when our seniors leave in May, and we just have 9, 10, and 11, we're still over capacity at that building without a full grade level of students. Next slide, please. So Mr. Bazillo spoke to this already, but we do want to stress that the MSBA process through the feasibility study will examine options and costs for the expansion and updating of systems at the current 75 Cypress Avenue location, which is the Shrewsbury High School. They will consider options for a potential expansion and improvement of the existing high school building to address severe overcrowding, programming needs, core functions, and physical building systems. And again, just to reiterate, focus on all recommended additions and renovations as determined by the study at the current site itself. So the MSBA and why we're here tonight is it requires the community to approve funding for the feasibility study before they will sign a feasibility study agreement for the Shrewsbury High School to move us into modules 2, 3, and 4. When will this happen? It's planned for October 22nd, 2025 special town meeting, and that will allow us to meet the MSBA timeline of early December to ensure that we've received local funding to be able to move forward. Or if we don't receive funding, we will not move forward. How much? And I'll let Mr. Mizikar speak to this if there's further information to share. The number that is presented is $3 million is the anticipated cost for the next phase, which is the feasibility study leading through the schematic design. This is an estimated net cost to the town of approximately $1.4 million after the MSBA reimbursement. And this covers all costs of the feasibility study, including the designer, the owner's project manager, and then the contingencies, reimbursables, testing, surveys that are done through those two firms. And Mr. Mizikar based this amount on what peer communities spent for similar projects. And it's important to note that Shrewsbury is a larger, Shrewsbury High School is a larger high school. You know, over 1,800 students. This would push the cost higher than some comparable projects with student populations that are lower than Shrewsbury. So again, the current reimbursement rate for the, and what we're looking at for the feasibility study is 52.26%, and that was given to us by MSBA on March 4th, 2025. Oh good, the slide's updated. It's important to note that the reimbursement rate is set when the feasibility study agreement is approved. So if it were approved at special town meeting, it goes to the MSBA. Once the feasibility study agreement is signed, that's when we get our reimbursement rate. That rate could be different than the final reimbursement rate of the project. So at the end of the feasibility study, they come to us with what the project would cost. That's when they set the rate for the total project, and that number could be different. The feasibility rate does not include things that we would learn from the feasibility study, such as would we get points for a green project? Will we get points for having facilities that are maintained really well? Historically, Shrewsbury has, but we wouldn't know that until they would conduct the study themselves, the feasibility study. But the target number we're looking at that they gave us right now is 52.26%. So MSBA would assume 52.26% of the feasibility cost through reimbursement, which is approximately $1.6 million of the total $3 million. Expected net cost again to Shrewsbury would be $1.4 million. And that's if it's fully expensed, right? If we fully expensed $3 million, the MSBA would reimburse the remainder.
Right, the next slide just shows the funding in peer districts with similar sized projects that have happened recently, starting from top to bottom in the year in 2023 of Medford, which is an enrollment, a pre-K program, and also enrollment of almost 1,200 students, or 1,191, and the appropriation there was $3 million for that. You can look at this. I don't need to read through the entire chart. But the schools that are, in terms of similar size projects, the enrollments are significantly smaller, as you can see. The Blackstone Millville Regional School District has 382 students, and the cost of appropriation for the feasibility study was $1 million. Again, Salem is about half of our population, and it was a $2 million study back in 2022. So that's kind of give a sense of the size and scope of how the MSB is funding feasibility studies across communities.
So we asked what would the feasibility study cover as far as the cost goes. We talked about paying for the cost of the OPM, the owner's project manager. It would cover the cost of the architect. But what do they do that incurs the cost? There's two components here. The first component is what we call the preliminary design program. And what this does is it really tells us what we have and then what we need. The first component is the educational program. And this is a real detailed report of the school's curriculum and goals. And this will become the basis of the design that MSBA will work with. We then provide the initial space summary, and this calculates the required square footage for the school based on the educational program and MSBA rules. The third piece is evaluation of the existing conditions. It's an assessment of the current building systems, the structure, the site, the capacity. And then the final piece is preliminary evaluation of the alternatives. And one thing that they require all projects to do, and it's important to be very clear here, they ask us to look at all solutions: a renovation, addition, They also ask us to look at a new building. We are, it was very clear with us in our conversation with them at our enrollment meeting on August 29th. That's not an option for us. That's certainly not an option for them. But it's something that we're required, like all projects are, to look at. So, and then they would compare merits and move forward. The second part of the feasibility study is, this is the final report based on the findings from the first part. And this is the preferred schematic report. It's a final evaluation of all the alternatives. Would it be a new construction, renovation, addition? It's a detailed analysis of that. It would provide a recommendation of the preferred solution. And this is where the school building committee comes in. They would formally recommend the option that is the most cost efficient and the best for education. And then the final piece, and this is the piece that I think everyone would be really interested in, is the preliminary project budget and schedule. This is where the initial cost estimate of the building project would come to us as a number. And the timeline for the preferred solution, how long it would take to construct the building, again, if we were to move forward in the process. At that same time is when we would get the final reimbursement rate, which is important because if it were to go to town meeting and to the citizens to vote, all that information would be very clear to them before they were to make a decision.
This is me. Just another chart here to show a feasibility study, potential timeline through the project completion. As you can see, we're looking at the earlier MSBA timeline being fall of 2027, the later being fall of 2028. Townwide debt exclusion vote, looking at the earlier MSBA timeline, fall of 2027, later fall of 2028. Design, documentation, and bidding would be 10 to 12 months. Construction, 24 to 36 months. And looking at an early completion date of August 2030 or a later completion date of November 2032.
Earlier, we shared that the whole project, feasibility study could take up to 913 days. This just shows that if it does take the full period of time, if there are things along the way that, there are hiccups or things that stall the process, there is cushion in that timeline for things to be completed within those 913 days. Typically, it moves faster than that. So the earlier timeline is things are moving along at the anticipated progress, and you would be aiming for that earlier timeline. If there are issues along the way, you could then be pushed back to the later timeline. So we have a series of frequently asked questions. Some of these are kind of restated from some of the information we shared. Some are questions that pop up along the way. What will the money to fund the feasibility be specifically used for? I just ran through the specific pieces, but again, overall, it funds the funds will be used to hire an owner's project manager and then the architectural firm, and both of them will work on those pieces that we just spoke about what do we need and then what the costs would be. That leads to through the completion of the schematic design.
It's really too early to tell. Like many people in my conversations ask, well, what would the potential addition cost? That's what the point of the feasibility study is, to determine what that would be. So it's really too early to answer those questions. Again, that's the point of the entire feasibility study, to try and find the most cost-effective solution and then really give a good estimate to the town of what it would cost total project done.
How are the OPM and architects selected? They're hired through a competitive selection process. This is dictated by state procurement law and MSBA regulations. Again, when we talk about MSBA, we talk about a very highly regulated state program that has very clear checks and balances and parameters that we have to operate in to really make sure that the process is followed through with fidelity. The OPM is hired first, then the lead architect, they help lead the hiring process of the architect.
Yeah, so another question that's asked is what happens if the feasibility study is not authorized by town meeting? The town won't be able to continue on the next phase of the project with the MSBA and forfeit our place in the capital project pipeline. So the town would need to reapply for admission in the future if wished, and there's no guarantee if we get back in that pipeline and be selected. So to push the timeline any further would potentially increase cost and there will be no state funding for renovation of aging systems such as the HVAC, the roof, or windows reaching their end of life.
And just, again, to finally kind of wrap up where we're at, the visual is, we're towards the end of the eligibility period. Today is day 220 of the 270-day process for the eligibility period. And again, we're in the final stages. We're waiting for the final enrollment certification and seeking local authorization of funding through special town meeting on October 22nd. And we would be, again, we are prepared to move forward with that if authorization is approved. So that is our presentation, and we are happy to take questions from the committee or from the public.
Questions from the committee?
Vikram.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Girardi and Mr. Pizzillo for that presentation. So I think the numbers definitely do point to overcrowding in the school, and I think as a parent of two high schoolers, I can vouch for that problem that your staff is facing. But I was wondering if you could expand upon the deleterious effects that it's having on students and staff in terms of whether it's scholastic, whether it's mental health, whether it's programs that you would have basically inculcated if you had the space that could have given our kids more opportunities in this world. So I'd be very interested to hearing the human side of this problem.
Yeah, I don't know if I could speak to delirious effects of like student mental health or well-being as a result of that. It's certainly crowded, right? It's certainly really crowded. I think one of the challenges we're facing is that there's two main wings in that building, and they're basically 95 to 97% at capacity every single period of every single day. Students file out from those wings into one main hallway. We have significant congestion and pinch points throughout the building. We've taken space for offices and converted them into academic areas. We converted closets into offices. We've really somewhat cannibalized the space. And my recollection when I arrived back in the community was that was not the goal of the community when that high school was first established. They thought would be able to endure the enrollment and the growth at the high school, of the student population, based on the housing starts and the projections. And since I've been there, we've been overcrowded for sure. I think the challenge that we have in terms of programming, you present a really good question, because right now, we really don't have space to add. We had this conversation in class size reports next week with school committee. I'd probably project between 3 and 5 teachers, and we have to really try and figure out where to fit them. Teachers are moving between classes every day, and that's a really nice thing to have your own classroom. But we have a number of teachers that will move from their home base and say the math wing to the English wing to teach, or the science wing to the foreign language wing, where those classes have specialized programming and spaces available. We lack PT space, OT space. We've converted the closet to help do that. We've really taken the staff cafeteria, made it academic classroom. We've taken which was old wood shop and auto shop, and used stimulus money back around, I think, 2008, 2009. Dr. Sori can correct me, and retrofit that for some special education space. So we've really maximized everything we possibly can. And with the addition of some of our Innovation Career Pathways programming, looking to get students involved in the trade or experience some sort of career exploration prior to making an investment in their education or post-secondary plans, whether it's joining the workforce, in the military, or last night we had our future plans report before school committee with 87% of students going off to college or university. As a high school principal and a member of the community, it's really important for us to provide our students the opportunity to explore those things. We've added a business program recently. It's one of our most popular electives at the high school. We just don't have the space to expand it. The demand for that programming and exposure to that programming outstrips our space and our staffing. So there are problems for sure. My goal and hope is that we have an opportunity to meet the demands of the students and have them explore these things and make really good decisions with parents' money or their own money to determine what they want to do next. So I can't speak to the mental health and people's feelings about that. Programmatically, we have some significant challenges. And I'll tell you this, I think our staff does an outstanding job. I think the building department we work with does an outstanding job as well. And we make it work. It's not close to ideal, and I think the children in the community certainly have managed it quite well. They're kids, they just go about their business.
as adults, we have to try and figure out those ways to make it the best possible environment for them, so. That's what I'd say to a programmatic piece.
Yes.
Can someone speak to potential costs, not just necessarily just of the building itself, right? Assuming that's approved in 2030, now we have all this extra square footage. I'm assuming that means more staff, more teachers, all of that. What's the impact going to be on the budget when we hit that point?
Sure, I can speak to that. Appreciate the question, and I think that a couple of things. I mean, I think if the goal of an addition would not be to have lots of extra space, it would be to have adequate space for the population we have, which is about 33% overcrowded based on what the programming, the square footage is, based on a lot of things that have happened over time since it goes to that red line and that green line. The reason why the design capacity in a contemporary fashion is only 1,250 is that when the school was built and opened in 2002, there's programming that we didn't need to require, didn't have a population of students who required it, particularly students in our special education programs who have more severe needs. We had to build out space for that, or take space that was originally intended for other things and change it. Different kinds of programming. Certainly our demographics have changed in terms of the number of students who require English language education services. They require classroom space. So there's a variety of things that, intended space from the original design is no longer used for that. Mr. Zidlow spoke to different, changes in just to be able to provide adequate office space. Certainly, when the school was built, it was not foreseen how many school counselors, known as guidance counselors, there would be. We've had to renovate that space to try to squeeze in extra offices. We didn't have as many mental health counselors, and to the question earlier, we have many more than what was there when we opened in 2002. So part of any addition would be to actually provide the appropriate office space, the appropriate conference space, the appropriate classroom space for the kind of programming we already have. In terms of adding space, last year when the school committee had a workshop with the select board, we talked about a very preliminary, because part of what the feasibility study requires is to do a very detailed educational program that would fit with MSBA's requirements and would fit with what locally we believe is a part of it. Mr. Zidlow just spoke to the idea that interest in business classes has exploded over the last several years. We've been able to add some, which has been great. We know that there's more interest than we can meet the demand for. I would imagine when we do that educational program, should town meeting see fit to fund the feasibility study, that proposing expansion of the business program and having space to be able to do that would probably be part of that educational plan. So as an example, we also know that the population, and we've seen the statistics, and I forget the exact new statistic at the national level of, I think it's like 1 in 33 children being diagnosed with autism. We can expect that the need for severe special education programming is going to continue to be in demand and likely grow. So what we presented last spring to the select board, possibly in fiscal years, say 2031 through 33, and before I mention these numbers, this is unlike the Beale School, when we opened, we had to staff the whole thing. We needed a lot of extra staff just to be able to open it to meet the demand of the population there. When the high school addition, if that were to come online, if the community were to support an expansion, we would then have the ability to make decisions about phasing programming in. We wouldn't have that immediate demand for classroom teachers like we did when we opened the Beale project. So if we phased in over some number of fiscal years, we were projecting the potential of 2 special education teachers of severe disabilities, 2 for moderate disabilities, 2 for English language education, based on the way those populations are likely to expand, or based on trends we've seen recently. That would be 6 positions. If we looked at class size guidelines, because although we've been able to thankfully maintain reasonable class size guidelines, they typically have been above the school committee's guidelines of 18 to 20 students in a high school section, roughly up to 100 students of 5 sections per teacher. Many are beyond that. Actually, the report's going to be presented next Wednesday to the school committee on this year's class size numbers. For class size, if we added 1 teaching FTE to each of the core subject areas, plus technology, business, and health, that would be 6 additional FTE potentially phased in over 3 fiscal years. If we also did add some additional career technical education in business, in science, tech, and engineering, the ability for students to take multiple math classes, which we often don't have the ability to provide, an English elective, some social science electives we haven't been able to provide because of space limitations, that might be an additional 9 FTE. If you add all those together and phase them in over time, the annual cost could look as like a total of, and I want to make sure I get the slide here correct, and it could be based on whether it's a lower salary step for the teachers who are hired or the higher steps. You could look at a low end of a 3-year phase-in of a range of like $530,000 to $615,000 in year 1, another $550 to $633 in year 2, a range of another $570 to $650 in year 3. So a total range of about $1.6 to $1.9 million of staffing costs phased in over a 3-year period. If that's the choice that the school committee were to make at the time around adding programming. But I really want to emphasize again, we don't know what the educational program would look like. That's what the next 2 years would look like in terms of the schematic design process and determining what would be the best, most cost-effective space solution that could provide for those things, in addition to the building systems that were referred to before. So hopefully that helps. Ms. Pitney.
Yes, Madam first. Yes.
Okay. All right, so there was a study done a couple of years ago, not only for the high school, but the whole school district about going through the educational programs, initial space, what does it entail, for school by school. So why can't we use that same report and save $3 million?
That report has been used and was shared with the MSBA as data that we provided, because it is very detailed, especially with the building systems and enrollment, understanding of enrollment. That report didn't provide an enrollment report. It did work on some assumptions. However, it was part of the, part of the data that was shared with MSBA to kind of move forward with the process.
I would also
Yeah.
say that it's the kind of process that the MSBA would require us to go through to get an actual cost estimate for an actual preferred solution would be exponentially more detailed than that report. That's a detailed report, and Leonard Bogano did a nice job looking at it, but it's based on certain assumptions, square footage, MSBA regulations, estimates at the time of what the population might look like, but it did not have a detailed educational plan or specifics about exactly what office spaces might be moved where. It was more of an exercise that I think was well done, and certainly the school committee looked at that and determined that based on that the high school should be the #1 priority, given the level of overcrowding that was going to subsist in the future years. But it would just not be adequate to do the level of detailed cost estimates that would be sufficient for MSBA or frankly for Shrewsbury to make a decision about whether to take that kind of capital expenditure and approve it.
Diane?
So I just want to ask a clarifying question. So in the process, town meeting needs to appropriate the full cost, but we anticipate that the MSBA will, I'm just going to say roughly 50% will know later. Is that correct?
Correct.
So then what we're asking for is, that's why we're asking for the borrowing authorization, but I want to confirm, we don't intend to borrow because we anticipate being reimbursed.
100%. That's accurate, yes.
Okay. Just coming off of the DPW and, kind of giving our best guess estimates on the cost and then getting into more details. And then, it wasn't that it was cost overruns. We just didn't estimate it in the best way. So I do want to confirm, how confident are we on the $3 million for the feasibility study?
Yeah, we are very confident that this will be sufficient, and it is based upon some of the data that we've provided, and then, working with partners that we have to get people in the industry, architects and OPMs to give us a rough idea. So we do feel that this $3 million will get us the whole way through the feasibility study, and you'll notice when we show the chart up there, there is variability, right? Like, there's a cost of entry to do any feasibility study, regardless if it's, 1,000 students or, almost 2,000 students. So that's why it's not perfectly, linear whenever you're looking at those numbers. But we are very confident that $3 million will get us this entire.
Okay, because I just looking at that Medford number, right, they do have substantially less students, but it was 3 million, so that was kind of what was triggering the question.
Correct. That's fine.
And
David?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I know we talk about space, and that's like what we've talked about for years. But looking at what happened with the DPW, where the town didn't pass it, I think it got just a little bit too, it doesn't matter, it didn't get passed. So we don't have anything fixed at the DPW, don't have anything fixed here at the town hall. Would it be supported if they came out and said, look, what we should do is fix what's wrong with the building? And understanding you need space, but fix the roof, the windows, HVAC, I forget what else is done there. Make sure that gets done. Because the worst case scenario is we spend the money, it goes a couple of years, it doesn't pass, and you're right where the DPW is. Now we have a DPW, we have a town hall, and we have a school, nothing got fixed. It's years later, and we've already spent millions of dollars. So I understand we're thinking, we have to expand to add all these programs, and that's admirable. I think, in a perfect world, we could do that. But looking at what happened with DPW, could we also, would you guys support fixing the structural issues of the building, and which would drastically reduce the cost of the project? If that question makes sense.
I think it does, but the issue is that the MSBA is not going to invest for 50+% of the project unless it solves the overcrowding problem. By statute, that's their number one priority for projects is if a building is unsafe and needs to be fixed or replaced. Their number 2 priority, and I believe one of the reasons that we got into the pipeline with them for this project, is because of chronic overcrowding. They do have, as we know from the recent Oak Window project, they have some projects where they'll reimburse on like some specific upgrades or roofs or windows or things like that. They've actually put a pause on that process because they budget-wise, they were not able to sustain that every year. That's gone to an every other year piece. And frankly, you need older projects that are probably significantly older than what Shrewsbury High School is to get them to invest in just fixing a roof or just fixing an HVAC system, typically a boiler. So, part of the piece here is that the state has made it clear that out of I forget exactly how many projects went forward last year when we put into their, applied, we were one of a very small percentage that were picked up by them to say, we believe this is going to be a good use of our state budget money to fix a very significant issue, which is, again, it's not a little overcrowded, it is extremely overcrowded, 33% overcrowded. And even if we don't add any programming, frankly, I just don't think it's right that we have a high school that is that severely overcrowded. And I think this community would, hopefully, it would be our job as a community to make the case for the community to say, yes, we're willing to pay more of our local tax dollars and get the benefit of half plus the cost being paid by the state to fix that overcrowding project, and at the same time invest in the kinds of things that likely we would have to do on our own. And I don't have numbers for it. I know there was been some studies in the past, but as you might imagine, the cost of the roof at Shrewsbury High School, the cost of HVAC, the cost of windows when those reach the end of their useful life in a building that's approaching a quarter century old would be extremely substantial and I think a huge burden on the local taxpayers if Shrewsbury had to go on those alone. So to me, it looks, personally and professionally, I would say I think that's a win-win for the community. But that's the case that we will have to make 2 years from now with very detailed planning, very detailed understanding of exactly what that investment will get this town. And I'd be, for $1.4 million, which is essentially the cost of doing business with, $3 million, but 1.6 of it, give or take, being reimbursed by the state. And with that funding available in free cash And with, I think, a track record with the Sherwood and the Beal projects, that we've made excellent investments in the infrastructure that's going to last this community for decades ahead, for appropriate school space for our program. My hope would be that special town meeting would see fit to allow this feasibility study to go forward and make a determination as to what exactly the plan would be and exactly what it would cost, so the community can make an informed decision at that point, a couple of years from now.
Before I can just ask one quick question. Are there any major problems right now at the high school with the structure or the heating systems, et cetera?
We have significant leaks in the roof. It's worse in some places than others, the field house in particular. HVAC, well, I will say one of the issues is, and we've been fortunate that the town has been kind enough to help make an investment in portable air conditioning systems. The decision was made when it was built not to have it climate controlled except for a few spaces. We have times where it's incredibly difficult to be teaching and learning in a space, and frankly not even borderline, reasonable on the top floor in some of the heat we have in the early and late in the school year in recent years. Thankfully, that's been able to help us with that. But regardless, that mechanical system is going to come to the end of its useful life, and I think one can predict that there are going to be problems if it's not replaced in a timely way. As far as the HVAC, I'll defer to Mr. Pizzidlo in terms of any heating system issues we're having at the moment that haven't been
Sure,
reasonably addressed.
Yeah, sure, it's a challenge every year. I think the system's coming to the end of the life in terms of control systems. I think the building department is in there every winter to try and fix and repair things through the univent system or through controls. I know for consecutive years, we've actually contracted on, I have to turn over to Mr. Mizikar to maybe talk about it more from the building side, but we've had contracted out outside officials, companies to come in and help with the balancing of temperature, making sure some spaces are heated. We've had issues with pipes freezing with the univent systems. We've had leaks from univent systems as a result of that dampers not being closed and not operating correctly. So there's a myriad of issues with the heating system. I think, again, the building department does a good job of kind of band-aiding the issues that we have and make it workable, but it certainly presents challenges in the swing seasons of when it turns from cold to hot and hot to cold.
Yes, Dennis?
My kids went through the system in 2017-19, graduating high school, and it was overcrowded then. My daughter had, I remember her, never find a place to eat lunch, So it's been overcrowded. It's gotten worse, actually. So I do think we need to do something about it. I do think having $3 million, which is going to be 1.4, 1.5 million, is a lot of money. But if we get it right, it's not a lot of money, because we'll come out with a plan to build the correct building, fix what we have, and go forward, and hopefully allow the students better learning ability. Because the more crowded we get, the less they're going to learn. Right? There's just too many distractions to begin with in life, and when you start having high class sizes, or you can't get through the halls. I went to parents' night. I couldn't get through the halls, and that was in 2019. There was parents going there, so it is a problem. I actually think it'd be good to get the study and find out what's going on there. As far as programming, it'd be great if you could bring back a few things, maybe even shop, because there are a lot of kids that would do well to have that, even the shop, auto shop, even, or regular woodworking shop, so then when they graduate, maybe they're going to go off into the trades instead of going to college for 2 years and realizing it wasn't for them. And we don't have that ability right now. And maybe we can get, the company we're partnering with to help fund some of that stuff, right? They want to, we want to do internships with that company. Maybe, they can, give us we can get a grant from them to put some of that stuff in there. But we won't know until we actually look at what it's going to cost for the whole thing and what we can do. So, my 2 cents.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
You mentioned that the high school is currently overcrowded by 33%. At what point is it less about business courses and second math classes and about you can't put any more students in this building safely according to the law? Is that 50% overcrowded? Is it 70% overcrowded? Does it not work that way? What's sort of the red line that can't be crossed in terms of overcrowding in the current facility?
I couldn't speak to fire code and, you know, I think Chief Colby left, so, but in terms of, I mean, that's typically the fire code's about like specific spaces. You know, the auditorium is filled when, you know, when you have assemblies, we can fit 2 classes in there, not all 4 classes at once. You can do that in the field house barely. But, you know, in terms of I think the cafeteria that Mr. Pizzillo spoke to is a good example. I mean, we could no longer function having only 3 lunches in the schedule. We needed to add a 4th lunch. That created a lot of complications for the academic schedule. They make it work, and you know, we have a terrific program. But at the same time, that flexibility around like how you can schedule things, what you can do, and how many students you can put someplace is extremely challenging. You know, in terms of, you know, we have this number that we showed that the MSBA has given us initially, which is 1,855. They're looking at that as sort of the 10-year average from the time they make this assessment through 10 years out. That will be the average number they're seeing in the building. That's what they base the program on going forward. They've indicated to us they think the number is going to be higher. They're doing an analysis of our you know, building projects that are coming online. We expect to get that number every day. We certainly expect to have it before special town meeting, and obviously we'll update the community when we do get that. But that is what they're seeing going forward. They're not seeing this population coming back down. And, you know, if it stabilizes where it is essentially right now in the, you know, the 1,800, roughly, you know, high 1,800 range, that's already in a place that we're not good. If it, for some reason, grows beyond, you know, that's been the challenge in this community, of course, over time. Incredibly high growth in the mid-90s to the mid-2000s, tapered off to some degree, but it's still been growing as far as population. But, you know, projections that were made, you know, I don't believe, I wasn't at the central office level at the time, I don't believe the community in 2002 was intending to build a high school that was undersized. It was based on the best projection they had at the time of how much our student population would grow. We've shot beyond that. So I think that, you know, certainly there's a concern if we keep adding. We're maximizing all the classroom space virtually every period now. Class sizes inevitably will rise beyond what we want them to be, if that were to be the case, if we get increases. But as far as student safety, like evacuation, things like that, you know, the fire department does an excellent job working with us on that. That's not something that's been raised as a concern. But if it continued to get even more crowded, you know, that would be a question we'd have to ask, obviously.
Any other questions? I was just gonna ask one additional question. Is there gonna be any interruption to the present operation during this construction?
Well, we don't know if there's going to be construction. The community will decide that in a couple of years.
Well,
from now,
if there
right?
is.
You know, in terms of the phasing, you know, certainly, you know, I'm not a building professional. I'm far from it. I would imagine that, you know, the intent would be to minimize the disruption to the ongoing program. If there were an addition were being built, the presumption would be that you'd be able to do some of that, you know, independent of what's operating. I would imagine when there's building systems being replaced, oftentimes, I mean, I know anecdotally when there've been renovation addition projects that happen in an open functioning building, you may put an addition on, you know, depopulate one section of the building so you can work on the building systems there, move students to the new section, and then you know, kind of circulate that way to get something done. But again, that's the kind of work that would be done as part of this feasibility study to have an understanding of exactly what that would look like. Yeah. Certainly, we need to have a functioning high school. We can't shut it down for some period of time.
But when we
what
talk,
that would look like. So
when we talked in the original time building that high school, it was the center of that school as you walked in the front door, and if it ever needed an expansion, it would go out the back. The school would become a T. There would be no interruptions or anything, and the doors would be open when it was finished. Of course, I'm not saying anything about the renovation, because you could do a lot of that when the kids are on vacation in the summer and things, as far as systems and things go. But that was the original thought. I remember that very clearly. That
no, you're absolutely right, Mr. Bindig, and I think
walked
that
in there and
they talked about the idea with the two wings, right?
Yep.
That you know,
That's
potentially
right.
completing those
That's-
two wings, and the when Mr. Kankadar mentioned about the study. I mean, Lamro Pagano, who designed the building, indicated that that would be most likely the right way to do an addition. Now, is that exactly what it would look like? Is that the
Yeah.
most
Oh, no, I
cost-effective
know.
way? Who knows? But that's the piece that, could minimize disruption, to your point, Mr.
Yeah,
McLean.
but that, there's a lot of people still, right now, still say, that school was overcrowded before it even opened the doors. And that was not true at that time.
Mhm.
We had plenty of capacity in that school when we built it. And again, we built it with the understanding that if ever needed an addition, it went right straight back, and that was why the school was designed that particular way on there, so, thank you. Any other questions? Yeah.
So if I may go back to that comment, right, so I know in the report that I'm referencing, I think the potential, extension, that's what the report talks about. So coming back to, I know you mentioned that it was submitted to MSBA. They have MSBA projections as part of the report also. I'm curious to know what was their feedback. Like when we submitted, like what part was receptive to them and what they want us to reinvent again?
Sure. So when we submitted the statement of interest, we really focused on the severe overcrowding and the educational programming, right? So you actually select different components that, out of their list of things, that you make your argument on around why you feel that MSBA should support your project. With that, and with the eligibility period piece, when we submit enrollment information, we submit a lot of documents. We don't get feedback on specific documents. What we get feedback on is the data that they would use to move forward with a potential project. So when they come to us with a number of 1,855, that's based on all of the information that we provided to them, or we fill out these online forms, and what that helps them do is calculate numbers along the way. So again, no specific feedback on that report, on the McKibben report, on other things that we provide them. It's more of a general feedback around, are you moving forward to the eligibility process through the statement of interest? We were able to achieve that through the severe overcrowding and educational needs.
And building systems.
And building systems.
And I think if the answer is 119 applications from across the state, they only selected 22, and we're one of them.
Yes, sir.
What is, you may have said it and I missed it, but what would be the estimate if we were just to go and fix, the building systems? No increase of size, just fix those systems, what would that be? And I know MSBA won't be funding that.
The best estimate that we have through public buildings, which is over a year old at this point, would be about $35 million.
So that right away is $35 million of our pocket, and we don't get anything new except a heating system that works. Whereas if we go through this and figure out we're gonna put an expansion on, we're gonna get all that building, we'll be fixing that building system as well. And half of that will be paid roughly by the state. I think we've gotta look at what it's gonna cost us not to fix it, not just what it's gonna cost us to build it. I mean, we made a decision as a town years ago to allow small lots and building all over the place. We now have the state, pushing down, high-density housing on us, which I think we've done a great job the way we zoned it, so we're not gonna have to take the full amount of high density. But we have an obligation to our kids to make sure that they can go to school and learn, and not just go to school and, be cold, or go to school and be crammed underneath the stairs to eat lunch, or crammed in a classroom. And I think it's probably more beneficial to the town to go through this process and see whether we can get significant funding. It's $1.5 million to go through the process and find out how much money we can get, versus we know what we're gonna have to spend if we get no money. So I think it's the right thing to do is to go through this process. Yeah, it's $1.5 million, I know. I don't have that in my bank account either, but, it's not that big of an expense to this town to do that. And, We'll probably need to do it on other things. We did it on the police station. We did it, but not quite correctly on the DPW. So I'm hoping this one will be done correctly, and we'll find out what it is, and maybe it'll come back too expensive. The town will make that decision.
Yes.
I just have a procedural question, Mr. Mizikar. It looks like we're proposing to take half from free cash and half from a borrowing authorization. So when we get, do we have to use both of those and then we get reimbursed at a later date? Or do we just have to use one or the other because the other half is being reimbursed?
So we have to appropriate the full amounts. We have to say to MSBA, this is our cost estimate for the work that we have to do, and here's approval from town meeting that we have all $3 million. But the MSBA reimburses us as we go. During Beal, I think it was anytime we reached $80,000 in expenditures, we could request that funding back. So the building committee would handle the monthly approval of the payroll, and then we'd submit it, through Mr. Girardi's office up to the state, and then we'd get reimbursement within a few weeks or a month. So it's ongoing. Anytime we hit $80,000, we'll be getting the money back. So we won't be touching, that second half of the money that we have there for the borrowing.
Okay, thank you.
No other questions from the committee? Do we have any questions from the public? Yes. Please come forward.
Good evening. I'm Erin Boucher, Precinct 8, and I'm Chair of the Shrewsbury School Committee. I just wanted to inform the Finance Committee that the Shrewsbury School Committee voted unanimously at its meeting last evening to support this article. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Is there anybody else? Come forward there, Mr. Kirk.
I just have 3 questions, if I may. First one is, how many students is the renovated high school expected to accommodate?
The MSBA has not given us the number. When they give us their estimate, which we expect to receive any day, then the school building committee will certify that number with them, and that becomes the design enrollment for the project that all the work is then based on for the feasibility study. That number is currently 1,855. We expect it's going to go up to some degree based on their analysis of the building projects in the pipeline in town, but we do not have that final number yet. We do expect to have that by special town meeting.
So you don't know at present,
We know it's at least 1,855.
which is basically the present enrollment in the building.
Yes, that's 600 students over design.
So there would be no room for expansion if new apartment complexes came in?
The number they're going to give us is going to be based on what they are known for building projects.
Okay. Also, back when dinosaurs roamed the earth, I went to Oak Street Middle School, which was the high school at the time, and it was really packed at that time too. And they used portable classrooms. Is that something you would consider, or is that a no-no?
The MSBA will not participate in funding portable classrooms. They will only fund permanent solutions. Modular classrooms are very expensive. Off the top of my head, I'm forgetting, but in terms of per unit, do we recall, Mr. Mizikar and Mr. Girardi, what we were hearing most recently for?
I don't.
When we looked last year, we got a number from LPAA, which was about $300,000 for about 1,000 square foot modular classroom.
Okay.
That was a number that was given to me. I don't have data that proves that, but that was the conversation.
Okay, last question is, nobody anticipated that a pandemic would drag on for years. Is there any provision in the Mass School Building Authority for a like catastrophe if all of a sudden everything comes to a halt? No?
I'm not sure I'm following the
Yeah, I
question.
understand the question.
If there's another pandemic,
Mhm.
and suddenly there's lockdowns for years on end, what does everybody do? Is the MSBA got some provision for that, or is it just, you just soldier on, or what?
I'm not aware of anything they have relative to school building space to do with the pandemic.
I will say, having been there, we did complete the Beal project through the pandemic.
Okay.
So just as a point of context, the work didn't stop for long. It was considered a core job, and we had folks on site throughout the process, and we opened on time and within budget.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anybody else? Yes. Come forward.
Charles Garabedian, Precinct 2. I just want to ask, is there any thought of perhaps for at least 1 year, if necessary, I hope not, that you go into double session?
I know double sessions is a chapter in Shrewsbury's history before I got here. Based on the Education Reform Act of 1993, a double session schedule would not be able to meet the state's requirements for the amount of time students have to be instructed, what's known as time on learning, which for the high school level student is 990 hours of instructional time every year. That doesn't count passing time, arrival time, those sorts of things. So I wouldn't see any scenario under which we'd be able to handle double sessions and still meet the state mandate around how much time students need to spend instructionally.
Okay, even if you extended the school year and had more days, I'm not recommending this, I wouldn't want to do this, I've lived through this as a teacher.
Sure.
And it is not a very pleasant alternative, however, it did work for 1 year. I'm not recommending it, but if worse comes to worse, is that a possibility?
I'm not sure anybody can rule out
Yeah.
any possibility, but I don't see how it would be feasible under state mandates around instructional time. And then, I would say my opinion would be that that's not something that the community would be interested in.
No, I realize that.
Because there would be a massive staffing funding.
Yeah, I realize that too. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? From the committee? Thank you very much.
I noticed Mr. Budnick was eyeing my T-shirt.
Oh.
And I just want to be clear, Chief Colby asked me if because I made an announcement last night, this is my final year before retiring, that I've just given up on wearing ties. And that's not the case. This is actually the tie-dye T-shirt that they designed at Coolidge School. We had a fundraiser today for the Doherty family. Anybody watching can still certainly contribute. They can look at our website for information, but did not have time to go home and change. But it was a terrific fundraiser, and we're very happy to support the Dohertys under a very tragic circumstance. But wanted to make sure that was clear with the.
I just wanted to mention one thing too, I believe number 4 superintendents I've been able to associate with over the years, and it's been a pleasure.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
With that, I think we're all done there. We'll go back to, need a motion to close the public hearing.
Moved.
And we'll,
Second.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, then we're gonna go back now and deliberate each one of these articles one at a time. We've had a lot of input tonight. We should be able to go through them pretty quickly and finish up this. Alex gonna walk us through, or is the manager?
Sure, well, we'll walk you through. So Article 1, adjusting the fiscal year 26, what year is it? Fiscal year 26 operating budget. And we're transferring funds and appropriating new dollars in, with the largest adjustment being the pension system.
Are there any questions? If not, I'm gonna need a motion.
I recommend we make a motion to recommend Article 1.
All those in favor?
We need a second.
Second.
Second. We need a second, yes.
Dennis got it.
Yeah. Well,
They disappeared, I didn't even see him go.
it was Joe's shirt. Very bright.
We got a second?
Yeah, second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
So I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Next article is number 2.
So Article 2 is adjusting the solid waste budget, reducing total expenditures by $160,000, but increasing the amount of taxation that is used to service the program.
We need a motion to approve unless there's further discussion.
I'll make a motion to recommend Article 2.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. We're going to 3.
So Article 3 is the acquisition of an ambulance at a price of $540,000 using the apparatus replacement fund and free cash being $290,000, the apparatus fund being $250,000.
Any further questions? Yes.
Did you have one?
Yeah, I did. I guess maybe strategically, right? Like, how confident are we that this is adding an ambulance service, emergency service, is the right decision for the community? What all would be the next steps and things like that? Because the question was answered right. We can sell the ambulance, but like that's.
So strategically, I think starting our own ambulance program controls our own destiny. It's really one of the core aspects of our community that falls within the public service that we don't do on our own, right? Like, trash, electric, cable, we control our own destiny. And the fact that we haven't controlled our own destiny has led to significantly increased call times and reliance, not only on contractors, but other communities. And it's not providing the service that we expect or want to provide to the community. So bringing it in-house, controlling our own destiny, and mitigating the out-of-pocket costs from residents is what we're aiming to do with this initiative.
Good. 2 comments?
Yes.
One is, we appropriate the money for the ambulance, but we haven't found one yet, or are we gonna spend that money right away and just get in line?
We would have to go through the competitive procurement process, develop a bid spec, and then put it out to bid, and then start that process. So, that would be relatively short. We could probably get that done in, 60 to 90 days, and then we'd be on the street, and then we'd be in line.
Okay. And the second is, with all the extended wait times for the ambulances, have we, had a death caused has someone died because of that in town? How has it affected the town?
Mm-hmm.
Or is?
Not that I'm aware of. It's not a question that have an answer to tonight. But, anyone that's had to, I know you know this, but anyone that's had to dial 911, if you have to wait a minute, let alone 20 minutes, it's an incredibly long amount of time, and being only at 60% of the NFPA standard of being there within 9 minutes is not really acceptable. So this puts us on the right track.
To be clear,
avoid that.
I agree with that. I was just wondering if there was any documented things where we had we could say there were these issues because.
Not that I have this evening, but I will ask.
Yeah, that would be, I think, good to present if there is evidence of that in favor of passing.
Just a little history on it. We've actually been spoiled as a town over the last 10 or 15 years with this UMass, because when they first came into town, they were doing it for $0 on there. And yet we had all these little towns around us that had ambulance services, starting with Boylston, Northborough, Westborough, that just surged ahead of us. And it was just a matter of time before we had to get into the business. And now it's a very expensive proposition. But it will work out fine, I assure you, in the future.
Yeah, no, I'm actually for this. I'm just saying it'd be nice, not nice because it meant something bad happened, but to have evidence that we really need to do something and
Yeah.
do it now,
Yeah.
would be beneficial.
Any other questions? We need a motion.
Make a motion to recommend Article 3.
Thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Good. Article 4,
So Article 4 is transferring funds that we've received through opioid settlements into the opioid special revenue fund.
any further questions? Well, we're getting money, so we'll take it.
I'll make a
Need
motion. I'll make a motion to recommend Article 4, Mr. Chair.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Article 5.
Article 5 is appropriating $30,383.40 from Transportation Network Ride Companies for the purposes of sidewalk, crosswalk, pedestrian mobility initiatives, and other programs that support alternative modes of transportation.
Any further questions? If not, I need a motion.
I'll make a motion to recommend Article 5.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
I haven't been saying against because everybody's saying aye, so. Next article is 6.
I ask that you'd hold any recommendation on this just in case something
Yep.
comes in the next however many days.
We'll go to Article 7.
Article 7 is the citizens petition relative to special legislation regarding fluoridation of the public water supply.
For any further discussion?
I think, it's a tough one because usually you can find a compromise between people. But this is either, the town has sort of an obligation, if it thinks it's for the health of its people, to do this. But there's no off switch. So either people are saying the town is forcing it upon me, or the town is denying it to me. There's people on both sides who can't afford to fix it. If I put fluoride in, some people can't afford to get it out. And if I take it out, there's some people who can't afford to put it in. So I think because for me, with this, there's no way to compromise it. And it's either yes or no on both sides. There's gonna be people who can't afford to do what they want. I think it should go to a vote. I think we should get more people to vote on it. And though I understand it's a process to go to the town, so that's my thought. It's not the fluoride and not fluoride, it's the fact that is the government able to do this, not able to do it? It's doing it in good faith, but if it doesn't do it, you are harming people in the sense that they can't get what they need. And if you continue to do it, you're harming people because they can't not take it out. So for me, I think I want to vote the town meeting to make it go forward. And if it goes to a vote, it does not cost us any more to add it on to a ballot. That's my thought.
Yeah, I'm thinking kind of the same way there. And also, it's going to come back every year. I mean, this is the third or fourth time I've voted on this at town meeting. Maybe it's time to let them vote. I would suggest people not use Google and all that because Google has paid advertisements, so you get someone else's paper that, you need to vet whatever you read. But that will be, hopefully the health department can help on that. The question I have is, if we're putting, $25,000 a year into fluoridating the water, and we decide not to, can that money be used for, people that can't afford,
Dental treatments.
dental treatments or something like that?
No, because it's water revenue.
Enterprise.
Yeah.
My only feeling, as I mentioned, and the manager said we could vote on it, the selectmen haven't talked about it. I would like to put it off until they do, because we still have time before the town meeting to bring it to a vote itself. I just wanted to hear their input. It's always been that way, that they usually get all these articles before we do and get a chance to get into it. That's my personal feeling. I don't know how the rest of the committee feels.
I respect that, but on the other hand, I think we're an independent group.
Oh, I'm not saying we're not.
So if in normal times, we will wait for the select board because they get to it before we get to it. But I don't think we should have to wait for that. I think we should make a decision as the finance committee, independently of what other committees do. And I know that's one thing that a lot of people do complain about in this town, is that all the committees seem to vote together.
Well, I'm not saying we're gonna
Yeah.
all vote together, but we still have time to vote and share our opinions before the special town meeting. It's only gonna be one article we have any discussion about, as far as I know, so that's the only reason I bring it up.
And we would vote before the town meeting, not in an open meeting like this.
Correct.
Yeah, I'd rather do it in an open meeting like this.
I would rather do it here.
And I do echo the sentiments that there needs to be a more research on, for yes or no. But again, this particular motion doesn't talk about to take it out or not. It's more about taking to the people. And, I echo what David and Dennis said, is the more people get into the process, I think obviously the for and against arguments will come forward, and that natural process itself will bring forward lots of for or against arguments. So I would like to get that into.
My concern, as I tried to articulate during the public hearing, was that there's not enough information behind this petition that's presented with it. If we put it to ballot, how much time does that give us as a community to basically put out actual information? Because as Dennis mentioned, Google figures you out. If it figures out that you are a person who's against fluoride, it'll show you research that's against fluoride. If it figures you that you're for fluoride, it gives you information that's for fluoride. We need sessions to educate with factual information prior to basically putting this out for a vote, because we don't have sufficient time to do proper education and proper discussion, in my opinion. And that's why I categorize this as dangerous, because the public discussion is not at that point yet to basically make that decision, in my opinion.
And I do agree with that sentiment, right? But I think if I understand correctly, and, Kevin, correct us if we are wrong, is I think the process is, if this gets voted yes, it goes to select board. So there are checks and balances in place before it goes to the town-wide vote. That's my understanding.
Well, so procedurally, it goes to town meeting. If town meeting votes yes to support the submission of special legislation, it goes to the select board procedurally, not substantively, technically, right? So it is the will of town meeting, at this town meeting, asking the select board to recognize its action and procedurally forward it to the Commonwealth. The select board has, in its authority as the elected executive, to take action or not take action. And I can't say what they're gonna do, but the process in and of itself is procedural, not substantive for, at that point. The state legislature, will have to take it up, and if it gets, through their committees and stuff, right? So,
But it's not really substantive for us either, right? And I guess that was the point of my question earlier, like there's not money here, and so I appreciate the clarification. I understand that all of these things have to come before us, but what is our individual voting decision supposed to be made on in the context of being a member of Finance Committee?
Just, I guess my interpretation of our expectation, right, is we're to look at this, look at the facts, right, look at what's been presented, and whether or not it has anything to do with finances, we, as a body and individually, recommend or not recommend this article for town meeting. And you can use whatever personal judgment you have within your decision-making to come to the conclusion that you come when you vote. Does that help?
I would just say from my standpoint, in my position, in shaping policy within the community, this shouldn't be looked at just as a voting endeavor. I know ultimately they're requesting a vote of the members of the public, but the local government plays a role right? And I understand people's interest in democracy and direct democracy. Some aspects of our democracy are direct, and some are representative or indirect, right? So there's a role set through state law for the Board of Health in this matter. And, you know, they voted to suggest that fluoride is maintained within the drinking water system. And I feel that my professional staff and the Board of Health is an important advisory role for the common public good. And that's what we need to look out for, you know, when making these decisions, right? I'm not trying to influence, I want to advocate for the role of professionals and the town of Shrewsbury as a public health body in serving all residents.
Yeah, I'd kind of like to echo a little bit what Vikram said and what you've said as well, which is I don't think every decision should be a direct democracy decision. I think there are people who are deep experts in things and look at the totality of the information of the study, are able to know whether it was a good study or a bad study. And certainly people of the general public can get there on their own, but I don't know that that's always the case. So I don't know that this is a direct democracy decision. I would prefer that we continue to rely on the expertise of, you know, the EPA, of the Board of Health, of the community, whose mandate it is to dig in deep and understand and weigh not just my individual needs, but the needs of the overall community when coming to these decisions. So.
Yeah, I think unfortunately, the Board of Health decided not to talk about it. Right? They
The
decided
Board of
not-
Health voted to maintain fluoridation of the drinking water system. They did not vote on recommending or not
Right.
recommending this article. So,
Which
yes.
would have been very helpful, I think, to this body.
Yes, but if I may say that the wording of this article is not to basically stop fluoridation, it's basically to put it out to vote. So I don't know if the
Right.
Board of Health should be able to could give a recommendation on that, because that's more of a procedural
Yeah.
issue. It's a petition to do a vote. So. And just one last thing, I mean, in conjunction with what Diana said, smoking, we know it's injurious for health. It's banned in public buildings. If I say I want to smoke because it's my choice, there's a law that experts say that you don't do it. So I think this is something also very similar. We need proper scientific evidence and discussion prior to basically making, and as people, maybe we don't have that expertise. That's why we have to depend on experts.
Further discussion?
I'll just add, I'm on the fence on this. You know, it seems started off as a civic project, has really kind of blossomed into quite a hot topic. And I agree with Dennis earlier, this has come across many times, and I do not want to stand in the way of not allowing our residents to chime in as well. I think Dennis caught my attention when he said, you know, if it does go that far, maybe this will be the final nail in the coffin, per se, to say it's either going to happen or not.
It's come up multiple times. Town meeting has overwhelmingly, voted against it multiple times. So, I just think, you know what? Let the town vote on it.
Well, I mean, the town meeting will vote on it regardless of what our recommendation is, so.
Right.
That is correct.
That's true.
Right.
But on the other hand, too, just in a balanced, I would have liked to seen a little bit more polished delivery on supporting it. Maybe there's more out there, but a little bit more detail.
He presented to the
and-
select board, so.
What's that?
He did present to the select board,
Okay.
and he's gonna present again, I think, next week somewhere else, they said. So there is an opportunity to.
Okay.
Present it to select board on Tuesday.
He did, or he will?
He will.
He will, okay.
Well, I guess to Jean's point, then perhaps that is not that we should wait for the select board vote, but perhaps we should wait for that presentation and weigh that into our decision.
Especially since he was unable to be here tonight himself to
Yeah.
speak and present the information. I feel like
That would have helped.
it's already a tough spot, and then we're trying to do it based on sort of like secondhand and pass through and.
That was my recommendation. I mean, you know, we've got time to vote on it before the special town meeting, and let's mull it over a little bit more in our own minds and then take the vote rather than just rush through and then have second thoughts about it.
I mean, my general preference is to have the vote in this open meeting that's being recorded, that everybody can see how we've voted. That's just my general preference, but I think in this case, Jean, I am kind of agreeing with you that perhaps we should wait to get the more information.
I think that based on how many people on both sides of this, not doing it here will cause issues that are unintended.
I mean, they will have the vote at town meeting, right? It will be, Eugene will read out exactly how the committee voted, so.
And we've been asked in previous town meetings on specific topics.
Who
Not
voted?
necessarily that were voted on that day, but what led to our decision. So I'd be open to Gene's recommendation as well.
Is there an option to make it like a public vote at town meeting, like to your point, instead of just,
No, not,
No.
because we do it on the stage as everybody's
Okay.
walking in.
Because I do think it's important, in an open meeting setting, so that they know who voted how. So I wasn't sure if that was an option.
Well, what is the pleasure?
So we want to make a motion, do we vote or not? That's probably
Yep.
the way to go,
Yep.
right?
Yeah, that'll be the
So-
first one.
I would like, as someone who's very data driven, I would like to see the full presentation that's given to the select board, personally.
So I'll make the motion to delay vote on this article until we all have a chance to hear the presentation and vote before the October 22nd special town meeting.
Is this the
Second it.
correct way to do it?
Yeah, I would
Kevin?
ask you.
I'm looking at Kevin going,
I was looking at him, but he was like processing what I was saying.
I would ask that you just do it to vote. So a yes would mean that you're gonna vote, a no, that means you're not gonna vote. Just to
Okay.
kind of line the.
Okay.
Okay.
Motion to vote on
Yep. Yep.
providing a recommendation.
So just an affirmative motion to determine if you're gonna vote on the matter this evening.
So if we're gonna postpone it, then we're gonna say nay.
That's correct.
Just making sure everyone knows.
So an affirmative motion to vote on it this evening.
So, yes, so I would say, I move that the finance committee votes to make a recommendation this evening.
I vote that the finance committee makes a recommendation to vote this evening. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
So a yes vote means you vote this evening, and a no vote means you do not vote this evening.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Against?
Nay.
So,
I mean, the committee really wants to get the information, and I fully support that as well.
8-1.
8 to 1.
1 to 8.
1 to 8, sorry. Thank you, Kevin.
it's a late night.
Okay, so I think that ends our discussion.
Article 8, oh, yeah, sorry.
On 7, we're gonna move to 8.
Skip the schools. We're all gonna die from tooth decay anyhow.
They've only been sitting here for 4 hours.
I mean, fluoride hasn't helped me.
Okay. Is there any more discussion on Article 8?
Yeah, I'm gonna say this. I think, I know exactly what Dennis was talking about. We do the project, we're gonna get more out of it because we get 52% paid for. I do have a concern, though, that, we spent $35 million. We use that number as an estimate. Then we get a safe school. The roof is fixed, all the things are fixed, HVC is fixed. If we go forward and we're gonna have an override, that's just a financial reality.
Yep.
If it doesn't pass, who knows what's gonna happen to this project? It passes, we continue. And it doesn't pass, the bond, which will be far higher than any bond we voted on in a long time. We get that, now what? Well, we've waited years. The school has still been in a dangerous position. Everything's leaking, HFC hasn't been working, we're back at, we're just where the DPW and the town hall is now, where we have nothing to show. And so I think, you know, for me, do you want to go conservative and fix the problem? I'd love to have $5 million to just fix the town hall so that the bathrooms are, you know, compliant. There's fire and safety here, that there's things that people need for life and safety that just aren't going to get done, we don't know when. Same thing, if that fails, then do the kids now, how many more years do they stay in a place that's leaking, that you know, it's hot? So do we go with a surer thing, understanding that there's that override right in the middle that's gonna muck this up? Or do we go for the bet that, hey, they're gonna also hit the override and they're gonna hit the bond? And if we lose that bet, we're gonna have a school that's now older, and we have to start the whole process of trying to figure out how we're gonna fix it.
I understand, David, but I feel the same way I felt about the DPW and the town hall project, which is, I think the community has, and the building committees that put these things together have continually put forth projects that are as fiscally responsible as possible, right? And so I don't like the idea of, we'll pay more for the totality of fixing stuff independently than doing it in combination with a very, very needed high school expansion, so.
I'll also go by the fact that when they did build the school, it was made clear that there is a way to expand it, which is probably the way that we're gonna end up doing it anyhow. And it's time. I mean, again, 2017, it was pretty packed. 2019, people had to eat underneath the stairs. Okay, that is not healthy. So, you know, we need a space. We can choose, and I think it's up to the town. The town can choose to say, yep, we want to support education in this town, which we have for years. Or they can say, nope, we don't want to. And you know what? We can come back next year for $35 million and ask for $35 million because it's coming out of our pocket anyhow. So if they vote no, we can have another special town meeting and get the money to repair it. It puts you off 6 months to a year.
Well, no, we're not gonna vote in the bond in 6 months. We're not gonna vote in the bond for a while. It's gonna be years. You know, so that-
But we don't.
What bond?
We don't have a question
the-
in front of
to-
us
for the whole
for.
construction
$200
of the
million.
bond. Right.
We are not going to
Yeah.
vote on that in 6 months.
No, the 35 million to fix, if it fails, we fail to get the funding for the study, it's pretty much over then anyhow. Because we're not gonna get the MBSA money, so at that point, yeah, we gotta spend it all out of our own pocket. Maybe we do the short-term fix, which is all it is a short-term fix.
Yeah, so I'm still hung up on that report, right? I mean,
That report is not MBSA compliant, so.
It has all the MSBA comparison numbers.
It's not what they want to give out a
So
big,
that-
large grant.
That's why I wanted to ask, you know, so I did see that educational program, initial space, evaluation of existing conditions, evaluate alternatives, everything is there in that
It
report.
does not have a detailed design that would
Yeah.
give us a cost estimate.
So that's the only thing that we are going to get net new for $3 million. That's how I'm processing this information. So that's why I was asking the question is like, when this report was submitted, what was the exact feedback from MSBA so that we know when we go to hire an architect, this is the only pending work that we are doing, what's your cost? So I want to question, how did we come up with that $3 million number? Like,
But I do think that that study from several years ago was for a very different purpose. That was to understand the totality of the school buildings, is my recollection of that study. It wasn't to go into depth of what programming is needed at each school. It wasn't to go into depth on what is needed for this building. So I don't think it's a substitute for what's being asked. I think it was a good information to make strategic decisions for the school, is my interpretation of that study.
I will counter that then, you know, has all these things been discussed in school building committee meetings? Like what we as a town want before we hire these agencies?
I mean, my recollection from the school committee's meetings, right, is they took that study and this is what they're saying, this is the highest priority as the school committee that we would like to bring forward to the town, right? So yes, it's been discussed in school committee meetings.
It's a feasibility study, so they're gonna tell us what is feasible.
Yeah, but 90% of the thing is already there in one of the report. So we already spent money on that.
So they told you how that report tells us how to fix the high school.
Yeah,
Tells us-
there is a recommendation of expansion too in that report.
But how are you gonna expand it?
That's where we want to do needs and wants, right? We are not, even this feasibility study is not going to do that. I don't think so. That's a design and implementation and everything. That's later stages. This is just a procedural thing in my mind.
If I can try to help, so that study looked at every school. It cost us $120,000 to do. So it was a cursory look at everything. It does not bring us to schematic design. The architect and the OPM really are partners with us. They go room by room, building by building, assess and apply that to the educational program that's set forth by the superintendent and his team. This is kind of like a broad brush look at, things. It brings together a potential expansion plan, but it doesn't ground that in any engineering or construction or actual design work. So, it's kind of like, that would be like the preface to an entire, 12-chapter book that we're gonna have to write in order to get, approval by MSBA.
So one quick clarification on that, right, explanation. So if we get this report with all the details, when the project itself goes to the design phase, what are we producing then as part of design?
I think 75 to 85% of the rest of the design, right? So schematic design takes you somewhere between around 20% of the total sophistication of a design to actually build a building like this. So schematic design gets you to quote 20% design. So once we get there, we have 20% design, we have some estimates by outside estimators based upon that design, and we have contingencies built in for the balance of the design, and then you just keep iterating that to 60% design, 90% design, 100% design. So we're only taking it to about 20% design through this process, and then, the remaining design and then actual construction comes after a subsequent local approval at town meeting.
Which is like 2 to 3 years
Right.
out.
Right.
And that will be for everything, so it won't be like that, and then, so.
Correct.
We have this 1.4 million, 3 million,
Yep.
but it's one.
Yep.
And then we don't have any more money until the entire project numbers come out.
Correct.
Right. And I certainly don't want to skimp on the feasibility study because we saw what happened with the DPW.
I agree. I mean, I just want to have that discussion because we can talk about Beal, we can talk about other things, but the DPW failed and the town hall failed. It failed to meet the vote at a much lower number than what we're going to put out. We're going to have an override, which is going to be, as they always are, people for and against it. There's going to be a lot of talk on it. And right after this, is when the bonds comes up for vote. So I think it's a tough path to go, but it seems like the committee here is saying, yeah, we'd rather risk that than to go in a safer way to know we're fixing, making schools safe. Because I am concerned that, the DPW and town hall is not going to get fixed for years and years and years. And if that bond vote fails, the high school doesn't get fixed for years and years and years. And so now we have the kids in the same, hot rooms, in the same leaky building. Years later, now it's even worse. And that's my concern. I understand the amount of money we're putting towards this isn't as big as some of the other things we've done. And I'm just trying to gauge everyone else's comfort with taking that chance that we could lose it all and not have anything at the end of the day.
Well, I think my other concern, David, is if we don't do this right? We've essentially lost out on the MSBA money, and that is a huge loss for the community, right?
Right.
And I really don't see how, if we go down this path and we fail on the, getting it put on, why can't we then go the other way? I mean, it's not gonna be 10 years to try to fix the school, right? If this thing, no, let's be serious. If this fails, we will then be voting for money to fix the school next year.
Well, we didn't do that for the DPW, and we didn't do that,
DPW isn't the school.
and we didn't do that for the town hall. Now, I understand.
Town hall isn't the school.
Yeah, I get that.
You don't put 4,000, or how many thousand kids are in the high school?
But
sitting in
we
that
all know
school
that
every
it's
day.
a risk. If the bond doesn't get passed in a couple of years, the risk is that those kids that are in there now are gonna stay in that building with no way to fix it until we go through the whole cycle again, ask for
Okay,
now,
I'll ask
get
you this
50
then.
million in bond.
What's to say they're gonna give us the $35 million to fix the high school?
Right.
So it's the same risk.
Well,
Yeah, it
no,
is.
because
Yeah,
it's,
I think we should see each-
much less number.
It's a lower number, but it's a lower number, but you're putting 35 million now to spend your $100 million in another 8 years or 10 years. So I personally think that's a bad,
And that's why I wanted this discussion. I'm just asking for people's feeling of risk.
yeah.
If everyone says, it's only 1.4 million now, which is a lot of money, but we've put 2 million into the other project. And we understand that we may end up with this, but we think that's the best financial decision compared to going for a more conservative, getting what we know the building to be safe as, then that's fine. I just want to have that discussion before we vote.
And for the records, I'm not denying the problems that exist, right? I know school is overcrowded. I know every resource is stretched thin, right? I'm just talking about if MSBA requires this procedure, if we have the data, why, what are the reasons why MSBA is not taking this report? I'm just talking about this. That's all I'm talking about. I'm not talking about skipping it, right? I'm not talking about that.
They took it, and from that, they gave us a spot, but it wasn't as complete enough for them. So, again, they have their requirements.
Well, regardless of all the studies and things, and looking back, I think the amount of money is a lot, but I think we're gonna have to spend it to really get a handle on what we're talking about. We don't know whether we're talking 150 million or 200 million on there. So I think, and I don't wanna spend money if I don't have to either, but I think we have to spend this to get those figures in our hand, and then we can really debate about it. This is gonna be a long time process, but it's just one step. Again, that's my feeling on it. And I had a couple other quick questions. What is the rate we're borrowing at right now?
We're estimating 4% anytime we model anything.
4%. And I had one additional question on the article, the way it's worded, the appropriate borrow or transfer from available funds. Shouldn't it gonna be borrow and transfer at the top, first sentence?
In the article, it's or, but then we specified in the motion that it is both. So, and to meet this appropriation, we do the following: transfer 1.5 million from free cash and borrow.
Okay,
Yep.
so,
Article is or, so we can pick any option, and then
yeah,
the motion is.
okay, thank you.
Yep.
Yes,
I think this is something that, bottom line, regardless of how you feel about the project, this is something that I think is, leave up to the voters, right? Like, are they willing to invest the money or not? I don't know that that's necessarily a decision for us to make. So I think it's important for us to spend the money, get the info, and then, it's up to the town to decide. Do they want to approve a debt exclusion or not?
Yeah, I concur. I think we should see every article on an individual basis, David. We can't predict the future. I understand your concerns. I know there's a risk, but we just have to move forward.
That's fair.
fine. If there's no further discussion, can I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to recommend Article 8.
Thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Thank you. And that ends our discussion and voting on the articles. The next order of business is to review and discuss a potential December 2025 special town meeting.
I'm sorry.
Special town meeting?
Special town meeting in December?
Can't we get through the, no, I'm just. So, yeah, the select board will likely call for a special town meeting on December 17th for consideration of adjustments to the zoning bylaw, considering put a moratorium in place on the overlay districts within Route 20 and Route 9, or the Lakeway overlay district. As we're getting closer to our 10% subsidized housing inventory and continued pressure on all sorts of development that's straining our public infrastructure in those corridors, would like the opportunity to pause it and really investigate what investments we need to make as a town and any changes that we need to make within those corridors at this time, so,
So there's just one article for moratorium?
yes. That's the.
And what is the voting procedure on that percentage-wise?
2/3.
2/3.
Of the attendee, yeah, so we have to have how many town meeting members do we need to have?
So there's no quorum, the quorum's 50% of people there, but it's 2/3
And then it's 2/3
of
of
those present.
those present,
Correct,
okay.
yes.
And we didn't have the time to get this in place for the October meeting?
We did not, unfortunately. The timing and complexity of this matter and the things that we have to go through to get a moratorium in place, we weren't able to include it on there. But the board wants to move as expeditiously as possible to, put the moratorium in place if town meeting still will.
Have you specified a number of, a time moratorium?
We will propose 24 months.
24 months.
There be public discussions regarding this to
Absolutely.
educate?
Yep.
Yeah.
There'll be 2 public hearings through the planning board before town meeting.
And will we also have a public hearing?
Yes, you will.
Okay.
We would,
Is this gonna,
as of right now, it would be December 11th.
would this possibly bring lawsuits if we put a moratorium from builders?
No, that, we have the right under state law to enact a zoning moratorium through the diligent process that we're taking, identifying the concerns, conducting a study, and then making recommendations in the future.
Jane?
Yes.
Kevin, does this, obviously, we need to get this in before 12/31, that's why the push in December?
Not necessarily, but just expeditiously as possible. Without the moratorium, we're subject to the uses that are available under the overlay district.
So if a builder were to, December 10th, before we set it, apply for a permit, or whatever, he'd be able to build through this.
That is correct.
Yes.
Now, what is that particular date again, in December?
17th.
17th.
And then the potential public hearing for finance committee is December 11th?
That's
Yes.
correct.
So would we still have our December 18th meeting? Sorry, jumping ahead in the
Yeah.
agenda, we would have some discussion about.
We might give you the night off. I don't think we would have a need for the December meeting at this point, but we'll certainly.
Do we have to vote on this?
You do not.
No. Okay. Any further discussion? We'll go to the next article. Just review the meeting schedules, and we've got the October 22nd special town meeting coming up. November the 20th is a regular town meeting. December the 18th will be question mark in.
And so,
Yes, so if they do set the date, that December 18th meeting would be December 11th, and then your next meeting
Okay.
would be the 3rd Thursday in January. And in regards to the special town meeting, typically we do about 15 minutes before. I know there are 2 articles to consider. I don't know if you want to meet earlier than 6:45.
6:30.
6:30.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
October 22nd is one of the Diwali days, so I won't be there.
That's all right. Anybody else have any problems with the schedule?
I think 15 minutes before is fine, there's just two, so.
Yep. Okay, is there any other business to be brought before the board? If not, I'll have a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Good night.